Oh, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. The Durham Public Schools Board of Education work session is now in session. At this time, we wish to extend a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our parents, staff, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Tonight, the administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on our strategic plan. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Urguiles and Marty Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us tonight. At this time, we'll have a moment of silence. Thank you. As we come out of our moment of silence, I want to extend a very special thank you to educators for Teacher Appreciation Week and acknowledge the work that they do all year long. Thank you so much for your service to our students. Colleagues, I welcome agenda review and approval.
Move approval of the agenda?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Ms. Valladares, I'm sorry, and seconded by Ms. Chavez. We have to take a roll call vote. Our colleague, Ms. Byers, joining us online to approve the agenda tonight. We'll start with Ms. Byer,
This is Natalie Byer, and I vote aye.
Ms. Carter-Otten, Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I'm Millicent, and I vote aye. And so it passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education minutes from April the 11th, 2024.
Move approval of the minutes? Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Carter-Otten to approve the minutes from April 11th, 2024. Ms. Byer,
This is Natalie Byer, and I vote aye.
Ms. Carter-Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The minutes have been approved unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. I will take a second and read the public comment rules. Submitted public comments will be read aloud during the public comment period, and board members will listen and carefully consider the comments. Quick review of the rules. First, please state your name. If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you will have 1 minute left to start winding up your remarks. When the red light comes on, it will beep, which indicates your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to the public education, safety of our students, or the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage in a discussion with speaker. Our first speaker is Caroline Asher, followed by Lauren Sartain and Girsha. I'm gonna get this wrong, I'm sorry. Girsha Mahajan. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Asher.
Okay. My name is Caroline Asher, and I'm speaking on behalf of 5 families with students in kindergarten through 2nd grade who currently attend EK Poe and reside in the Birch Avenue neighborhood. We are frustrated by the miscommunication from district and school officials on the DPS hardship transfer policy under the new student reassignment plan, the inconsistent application of this policy within the same school, and the lack of due process during hardship transfer appeals. Since January 2023, multiple Birch Avenue families have been told by DPS central office administrators that hardship or childcare transfers are the pathways to stay at Poe for currently enrolled kindergarten through second grade students. These conversations include a February 2nd, 2023 Zoom call for Poe parents and caregivers led by Dr. Julia Pack, Director of Career and Technical Education. In October 2023, we met with Principal Mattia, and he recommended this course of action as well. We believed what district officials and school staffs shared with us, and we made childcare decisions for aftercare and younger siblings accordingly. However, since we submitted our hardship transfer requests in March of 2024, we have been notified by DPS central office staff that our currently enrolled Poe students are not eligible for a hardship transfer because the policy doesn't allow exceptions for program application schools, even though the district will be honoring previously approved hardship transfers for students through fifth grade, a clear exception to this policy. For 15 months, Birch Avenue families were consistently told incorrect information, which impacted the DPS school enrollment decisions they made starting spring 2023. Finally, Birch Avenue families have been told that their initial transfer applications will be denied, along with their appeals to the superintendent's office. This is not a fair process, nor is it reasonable. Decisions in proceedings such as these should not be made before the evidence is evaluated and reviewed objectively. Some impacted families who have already had their appeals denied have been notified that Poe is over-enrolled, but we've also been told that Lakewood is over-enrolled. We are hopeful that we will receive a fair hearing in front of the Board of Education, but at least 2 board members have expressed publicly their desire for families to make the enrollment shifts now rather than kicking the can down the road. Additionally, they are adjudicating family appeals on policy changes passed by 5 of the current board members. So to reiterate, 5 families of Birch Avenue students at Poe are frustrated by the miscommunication from district and school officials on the DPS hardship transfer policy under the new student reassignment plan, the inconsistent application of this policy within the same school, and the lack of due process during hardship transfer appeals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lauren Sartain, and I'm a DPS parent. You are about to make the most important decision a school board can make, choosing our next superintendent. That responsibility rests solely with you. In our next superintendent, we need somebody who's proactive, not reactive. We need a systems level thinker who understands the value of simple and transparent policies and procedures. Right now, as you heard from Caroline, each school is fending for itself, putting out fires instead of focusing on the main purpose of schooling, which is educating students. For the public to have confidence in the outcome of the superintendent search, we're asking that the process be as transparent as possible, which means 1, releasing summaries of the feedback from the 3 community listening sessions that happened this week. 2, sharing the names of the 43 stakeholder groups that the search firm met with. And 3, announcing the names of the finalists before the decision's made. Finally, when considering options from all these different stakeholder groups, I ask that you prioritize the voices of those of us in the system, DPS students, DPS parents, and DPS employees. Thank you.
My name is Girja Mahajan, and I'm a parent of 2 DPS students. To rebuild trust with DPS stakeholders, primarily parents, caregivers, and staff, I request that you make the final 3 superintendent candidate names and brief bios public. Additionally, I request that you establish an interview panel for the finalists that include current DPS parents and/or caregivers that is publicly accessible or viewable. I completed a quick Google search today and found some examples. One as recently as Tuesday, hosted by Lawrence Public Schools in Massachusetts, and they're actually also using Alma, so interesting. And please remember, your job is to offer transparency and accountability on behalf of thousands of Durham residents, not to protect the anonymity of 3 individuals who aren't on DPS payroll. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Brian Calloway, Frederick Raven, Jenna Crowther.
I'm Brian Calloway. I was at the superintendent meetings that y'all had this week. Kirja was there. A few other folks in the audience were also there. So we were in different groups, but some of the talking points are going to be about the same because a lot of people were talking the same way in those meetings. Trust has basically been broken by this board with the community in many ways over the last few months. Parents, I've been hearing, don't trust DPS to assign their kids to schools at this point. Workers don't trust that you'll be paying them what you've told them that you'd pay them. Teachers don't trust the district. We're leaving at higher numbers than any other district, basically, even though our pay is right up there at the top. DAE doesn't even trust this district because now they're demanding a seat at the table too. So they don't even trust the board, that is. So there's a number of things across the last few months that have really destroyed trust, I'd say. But you know, it's on display at every meeting too. You've got 70% of this room is filled with staff and tables sitting behind laptops, kind of just doing theater work. And we, the members of the public, are kind of relegated to just a couple rows in the back, or, you know, second class participants out here in the hallway packing things out. It's rather palpable in that way. But given that the importance of the superintendent decision are going to last beyond the 10 years of your own time on this board, it is very imperative that you make the list of finalists public to build trust with the public, to allow us to at least know that the folks that are here are going to be, you know, something that we can read a newspaper article about where they came from and know what their qualifications are to some degree. But on the second point, the group I was in, Alma, went into detail about their experience in Lawrence, Massachusetts, and Madison, Wisconsin, where they have up to 9 community groups that have formed to interview the candidates, the finalists, on their own. They develop their own questions, make their own recommendations. So it's the same company. Let's let them do that here in Durham, so they can be in concert with your interviews. And obviously it's your decision in the end, but if you want to rebuild trust in this community, those are 2 very tangible ways to do so. So I'd ask that you make actions on both of those as you're determining how the superintendent search will proceed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Umstead, board members, Interim Superintendent Moore, and staff. I come before you now not to make any type of request. I just want to throw out some wild ideas I've been thinking of. I recently read an article that talked about North Carolina considering opening a new cabinet position in an entire new department that deals with things like public housing. And it made me actually think about an opportunity that currently exists in DPS right now. As we all know, the housing in Durham is going up in cost, and it's astronomical. Whether you own a home or you're renting, like, one way you're getting hit, because if you own a home, that means your taxes are going up. So how do we address this? Because I always mention to people that the only way that you can address affordable housing is you have to be intentional about investing in the cost to develop housing that has a fixed cost and not a variable cost. I'll give you an example. Northern High School sits on about 39 acres of land. In general, you can put about 10 homes on every acre of land. And I'm mentioning tiny homes. That means there's roughly 390 homes that you have the opportunity to put on the Northern High School lot. And let's say, for instance, right now that cost would be like $17.5 million on an average of $45,000 per unit to be able to build. So you're looking at a cost on average of what you would pay to support that loss, that mortgage of like $145,000 a month. Now that gives you an average cost of around $500 if you were to rent that out at cost to your staff. Let's now say on the other end, what's the average cost of rent right now in Durham? It's probably like $1,300 for a 1-bedroom, right? So there's this dichotomy right now that you have to be able to address. How can you afford for your staff that works in Durham to be able to live in Durham? So in this instance that I gave you, you're dealing with a fixed cost that indefinitely, or until the homes are paid off, that you're only having to pay $500 a month. So what do you do from there? You could create like a 2-year program, right? Which allows for transitional usage only for staff that you have that's interested in purchasing their own home. You could add, even if you added 20% cost onto that, you're still around that $500-600 amount. Now, $1,300 is what they're paying in Durham right now. That could be a max. You have the scalability to increase that or decrease that. But let's say, for instance, you still charge $1,300, but you use that $1,800, that $800 a month difference to be able to go into a pot that could then be used to help these educators and staff use that kind of like as a down payment assistance program. Because what you've really done is you've put these funds in an escrow account and allows them to be able to use this money towards a down payment. Even at a 3.5% rate, that allows you up to $548,000 if that's like $19,000 a month. So you've helped them be able to secure being able to purchase a home. So I just wanted to kind of share that idea. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Jenna Crowther, Eliza Strickland is following her. And Dr. Jennifer Girish, I'm sorry, Girish.
Hi, I'm Jenna Crowther. I was not planning on speaking tonight. I'm likely as tired of being here as you are tired of seeing me. Believe it or not, I would rather be at home reading the dinosaur book for the 100th time, but I'm here, hoping that tonight's the night that we have a breakthrough and I'm heard. I was, I believe, fairly patient with the Growing Together implementation process that lacked transparency, accuracy, and respect until I picked my daughter up from school last week and she said, "Mom, can I tell you something? I heard there is a wait list for people who want to stay at Poe. My friend X said he's number 1. My friend Y is number 5. What number am I?" I then tried to explain the chaos we have navigated over the past year in simple and compassionate terms that could be processed by a 7-year-old, that she is not actually on a wait list and that we are waiting for grown-ups to navigate a process. She was quiet for a long time and then said, "Will I know before the end of the school year so I can say goodbye?" A valid question. I was told on March 7th that our application would be denied per policy, despite being told for a year that we could stay at our current school. It took 60 calendar days and 3 requests to finally get our first denial so we could begin the appeals process. To sit on applications for 43 business days before denying them based on policy is disrespectful and has a direct impact on families and children. When will you begin to hold people and yourselves accountable for treating families with respect and acknowledging when harm has been caused? We toured Lakewood with Dr. Lujan in April. The positive things we have heard about the school were on display. It was on that tour that we also learned that Lakewood is over-enrolled, in large part due to the 81 students who received a dual language carve-out as part of the Growing Together plan. The entirety of 5th grade at Lakewood is currently and will continue to be housed in mobile classrooms. And to accommodate the further over-enrollment expected, Lakewood plans to convert 2 current specials classrooms into grade level classrooms, shifting specials instructions to traveling cart-based. So my question is, why are we being asked to leave a school that, while slightly over capacity, can accommodate additional students and their specials instruction to a school that has permanent trailers? And why were those 81 children who received a carve-out more important than other children? We teach our kids respect and accountability. This is not about change being hard, or kids being resilient. The buzzwords we hear consistently when engaging with the Growing Together team. This is about showing the families in your district, ones like ours who have gone to bat for DPS more times than I can count, and who have defended the actions of this board and given staff the benefit of the doubt, the respect we deserve. Return phone calls, respond to emails, provide data, and acknowledge when you have messed up and fixed it. Please be the example we want our kids to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Strickland, Dr. Girish, I'm practicing, and Kristen Southworth to follow.
If I have any extra time, I'd like to cede it to Dr. Girish, if that's possible.
Our policy allows you to cede time if you don't speak.
Oh, okay. My name is Eliza Strickland, and I'm the parent of a DPS student who has a disability, and I'm also speaking tonight on behalf of the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children. I'm here tonight to highlight the issue of the high rate of suspension for students with disabilities. Like Ms. Crowther said, I would rather not be here tonight. But I don't feel that this problem is getting enough attention and that it's a problem in itself. You're going to see a presentation tonight about discipline numbers. I encourage you to look at those numbers closely because in order to see the numbers for students with disabilities, you're going to need to look all the way at the bottom of the list and all the way in the corner of the charts. They go from the first most suspended group to the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh most suspended groups. And then you get the second most suspended group, which is students with disabilities. So you would have to keep reading in order to see that 15% of students with disabilities got out of school suspension last school year. The suspension numbers have gone up for all groups since 2021 to 2022, but the increase for students with disabilities is the largest, 4.29 percentage points. And yet, the current strategic plan, priority 2B, aims to reduce suspensions for Black students and Hispanic students, the first, third, fourth, and fifth most suspended groups, but not for the second most suspended group. I can only conclude that that means that we're okay with letting these numbers stay at 15% or continue to grow at the current rate. So next year we'd be looking at 19%. I would like to see board members asking more questions about how the district plans to reduce suspensions, specifically for students with disabilities. I would like to see the district make students with disabilities a priority on paper and in reality. Thank you.
Thank you.
My laptop is janky. Hello, my name is Dr. Jennifer Girish, and I am the proud mom of 3 DPS students, twin third graders at Forest View, a really great 7th grader at Lakewood Montessori School. All 3 of my children have unseen disabilities and are served by 504s or IEPs. I am also a proud member of the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children, where I co-chair a group on the disproportionate use of suspensions for children with disabilities with Liza Strickland, who just spoke. I'm here, there's clear evidence that North Carolina is leading the way for suspension with leading the way for children with suspensions for children with disabilities. North Carolina in general, we have no way to normalize those data to see where DPS falls, and the data that you're going to be served up tonight offer no insights into where we fall in that horrible cycle of using and weaponizing suspension against children with disabilities. Tonight, you're going to get a brief overview of the discipline data from 22-23, which has been clean since I think June or July, so I'm not quite sure why the data you're going to be receiving tonight doesn't have any sufficient granularity that I've talked to several board members about that you will need to move on any sort of policy or targeted approaches to really pinpoint how we want to approach the use of exclusionary practices like suspension as a district. I also want to highlight that every single group we have grown in our use of suspension. And you can just wipe out the years of COVID. Just look pre-COVID to post-COVID. We're growing more so in our use of exclusionary practices. And no group is moving in a worse direction than students with disabilities. If you look at those data, it's broken out by sex for all the racial ethnic groups, but it's presented as a monolithic group for students with disabilities. I think that also is not really allowing you to look accurately across groups. While I think it is challenging for you to see from the data that you'll be presented tonight, students with disabilities is likely the most impacted group. I also want to bring your attention to a slide you're going to see tonight that shows data on rates of in-school suspension and restorative practices broken out by students with disabilities. I want you to ask really hard questions about what those data are really telling you. How are we coding students with disabilities covered under 504s and IEPs as having an in-school suspension restorative practices? I'm pretty certain that those should be coded as out-of-school suspensions. I'm happy to be proved wrong. I've been in dialogue with people in the administration trying to get clarity on that. But as I understand implementation of IDEA and ADA, those data need to be coded as OSS, out-of-school suspension, which would put the rate of out-of-school suspension even higher. Even higher.
Thank you. Kristen Southworth.
Okay, good evening again, board. Kristen Southworth. I'm a parent of two students who have received EC services here in Durham, one at Brogden Middle School and one at Easley Elementary. So I'm also here this evening to talk about the suspension rates related to students or EC population. I'm not going to go over some of the data points that have already been mentioned by others who serve on the Durham Advocates for Exceptional Children. However, I do encourage you to really think and dig deeper into some of this data. So I want to recommend a few places to start. One of those is looking at this data based on not just what is an EC student, but really connecting and digging into the intersectionality between race, gender, socioeconomic status, and disability, as well as the disability categories themselves. So looking at what are the different types of disabilities that are categorized in a student's IEP and how that relates to the discipline data that you're going to look at. As we all know that the data that we have, our EC population is growing at a very fast pace. At Brogden Middle School, I think we're at 28% EC students. That's a huge population. So when you think about 15% of 28% of a student or body, that is a massive amount of students. Also, what that's not showing you is all the students who aren't identified. So this plan, I'm so excited to see investment in more restorative practices, mental health support, but I think it's time to start getting really creative about our proactive approaches. So that means, how are we meeting our students' needs so that we don't end up in having to have restorative practices? There's a lot that can be done proactively to prevent issues of students not having their needs met and being disciplined for things that are not in their control or have not been met by the school district as part of their IEPs. So that doesn't set a very good trend for that student's projection when we're holding them up to a standard when we didn't meet our part of the commitment. So these are all things that I hope you'll take into consideration when you're looking and asking to dig a little deeper into this data and really see how we can create a plan that is specific. I know that many times we say we don't want to call out student groups. If we're going to call out any student group, it's this one, because they need individualized learning plans. They probably need to have individualized disciplinary policies. And
Thank you. Colleagues, that is one more. I'm sorry. Matt Kopak.
Good evening, board and staff. Nice to be with you. Matt Kopak, Durham for DSA and parent of two current Club Elementary School students. And back to speak with you about the decision whether to move to the new DSA campus or improve the site in place. We've been in contact and appreciate y'all's engagement on the issue. I think we want to reiterate their request for additional information on the line items that were shared regarding the improvement option. That would allow us to better understand what some of the thinking is around the upfit costs, the impervious surface costs, what's detailed in terms of sunk costs. We're trying to continue to share the information as best we can that we have, and when we have that all together on the table, we feel like it helps the board be able to have, the most information and make the best informed decision about this issue going forward. From our side, we, strongly contend that it is possible to do that improvement, have an extraordinary place for our kids and for our educators, to be able to expand enrollment, which are some figures we're working on right now to come back and share with you, because we understand, we heard that that is one of those non-negotiables that are really important to the board and the school system. And to show that all of that can be done for a savings of up to 70 to $90 million of what is required as the baseline at-risk cost for the new DSA campus, which if, by working together collaboratively on some of these projections, would allow y'all to do Club Boulevard, Mangum, and Moorhead renovations, while also having an exceptional place for our children to learn for DSA that also aligns with community values around sustainability, around accessibility, around resourcefulness, and good financial stewardship that we think can all be achieved with the improved option. The one thing that we're not going to get is a fancy new showpiece, and I understand that there's something attractive about that, and there's ways that a new campus would serve our community well. But we also feel like the existing site with an improved option can meet all of the kind of musts that y'all have laid out of what's really important for you for the DSA community. And we want to keep working together to be able to detail and make that case as best as we can. So we hope we can get those more detailed figures, shared from staff. So we'll follow up. And we look forward to, continued engagement on this issue. I know that there was a decision made about demo work on the new site. That would have to happen regardless what the use will be. That is, as far as we see it, not a final determination of the use of that site. And so we would like to continue to engage. We know that there's, no site plan that's been released yet for the new campus, so there's still time, but we know time is of the essence, and we appreciate your continued engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, that brings us to the consent items on our agenda.
Move approval of consent items.
Second.
Been moved to approve the consent items by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any discussion? Okay, we'll do a voice vote. Ms. Byer,
This is Natalie Byer, and I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares.
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
I vote aye. Consent agenda passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. And then the next item on our agenda is the legislative agenda. And the conversation that we had with our Durham delegation. It's here for final approval.
Move approval of the legislative agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Lewis and seconded by Ms. Carter Otten to approve the 2024 legislative agenda. Is there any discussion?
I just wanted to recognize and send all the energy that is needed to our legislators. The work that they have to do to carry this forward is important work, and I'm grateful that they are fully committed to working with us and hearing what we have to say. And definitely sharing some of those learnings in terms of how they're trying to do what we are asking them to do. But they do need support, so this is an appeal to the community as well. We need to support our legislators. And we need to make sure that this is not just a wish list, but it actually gets carried out, and that takes involvement. And I think I'm just going to leave it at involvement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Any other comments? We'll go to a voice vote. Ms. Byer,
This is Natalie Byer. I vote aye.
Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
And I vote aye. Our legislative agenda passes unanimously. Then we have our The next item on our agenda is the LGBTQIA Pride Month proclamation. It's been updated for this year. It is in June. I do believe that we had some community outreach to have some conversation about the proclamation ahead of June so that schools can prepare to do Pride Month celebrations post test taking time. I assume we appreciate that work, and so we're gonna read the proclamation. Ms. Byer, we're gonna start with you.
Of course you are. And just as my screen went away. Durham Public Schools Board of Education proclamation recognizing June as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month in Durham Public Schools. Whereas Durham Public Schools Board of Education governing principles state an excellent school system provides an environment that is culturally responsive, free from bias and discrimination, and commits to ensuring that all stakeholders uphold educational equity, an essential principle of our school system that is integrated into all policies, practices, operations, and processes in order to yield equitable educational outcomes for all students.
Whereas Durham Public Schools District and Durham County have a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and/or questioning intersex, asexual plus, LGBTQIA plus community. And whereas many residents, students, family members, and school personnel are part of the LGBTQIA plus community, and they contribute greatly to the enrichment of our schools and community. And whereas although advancements have been made with respect to equitable treatment of LGBTQIA plus persons, LGBTQIA plus adults, youth, children, and families still face discrimination simply for being who they are, thus making it important for all districts and all communities to stand up and show support for LGBTQIA plus students, staff, and families. And
Whereas on December 8th, 2022, the Durham Public School Board of Education unanimously passed the LGBTQIA+ and gender support policy. And that policy states that schools must be proactive in creating a school culture that respects and values all students and fosters understanding of gender identity and expression within the school community. And
whereas many cities and school districts across the United States recognize and celebrate June as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. And
whereas LGBTQIA Pride Month is typically recognized in June by many cities and school districts across the United States to commemorate the Stonewall riots, a series of demonstrations led by Black and brown members of the LGBTQIA+ community in response to a police raid that began in the early morning hours of June 28, 1969, at the Stonewall Inn in the Greenwich, sorry, not a New Yorker here, clearly, Greenwich Village neighborhood of Lower Manhattan in New York City. And
whereas defining moments in LGBTQIA plus history that sparked activism and progress toward equity were only made possible by Black and brown LGBTQIA plus activists fighting for their liberation. As Black and brown people, their marginalization was furthered by their sexual orientation, causing violence, discrimination, and oppression toward them with respect to income, employment, housing, education, political representation, access to healthcare, and other services. And
whereas June has become a symbolic month in the United States in which LGBTQIA+ persons and allies come together in various celebrations of pride and protest to support the community's right to live their lives out loud, be who they are, and love who they love. And
whereas on June 6, 2023, the Human Rights Campaign declared a state of emergency for LGBTQIA+ people in the United States following a spike in anti-LGBTQIA+ legislation. This escalation includes more than 500 anti-LGBTQIA bills that were introduced in state legislatures in 2023, and more than half of those targeted trans youth.
This legislation attempts to limit representation of gender diverse and LGBTQIA+ people in curriculum in schools, access to medical care, and participation in sports.
Whereas several anti-LGBTQIA+ laws were passed in North Carolina in 2023, including SB 49 and HB 574, which further stigmatize LGBTQIA+ families and youth and limit representation of LGBTQIA+ identities from schools and sports teams.
Whereas the Trevor Project found that 86% of transgender and non-binary youth say that recent debates around anti-trans bills have negatively impacted their mental health, and
Whereas Durham Public Schools Foundation, and Duke University have launched the Whole Wellness, Healing, Opportunity, Learning, Equity Schools campaign to focus on urgent mental health needs of public school communities by creating new ways for the school environment to be a holistic, trauma-informed, and culturally responsive support system for everyone.
Now, therefore, the Durham Public Schools Board of Education does hereby declare the month of June as LGBTQIA Pride Month in our schools and invites all students to implement developmentally appropriate, inclusive, and representative lessons and special activities with all students on LGBTQIA plus families, gender diversity, and LGBTQIA plus history. And
furthermore, Durham Public Schools Board of Education commits to working with LGBTQIA+ students, families, and community members to build safe and equitable schools where all students and families are valued for who they are and where diversity, race, orientation, gender, culture, and ability is celebrated. And
Be it further resolved that the DPS Board of Education encourages administrators to support educators across grade levels and content areas to acknowledge LGBTQIA Pride Month. And
Be it further resolved that the DPS Board of Education calls on all students, educators, and community members to observe LGBTQIA+ Pride Month and advance efforts to support and advocate for LGBTQIA+ youth, families, educators, and community members.
thank you all for reading this proclamation into record. Their motion.
I move approval of the Durham Public Schools Board of Education proclamation recognizing June as LGBTQIA plus Pride Month.
It has been moved by Ms. Umstead. Is there a second?
Second.
And seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any discussion, board members? Ms. Lewis?
I just had a question for our attorney, making sure we're still within the rights that we've have had to deal with earlier with passing our policy and making amends to that, that this resolution is still aligned with where we need to be legislatively. That makes sense? Too many questions, too many words.
Not so many words. I'm just not sure I'm following what you're asking.
When we talk about LGBTQI plus, some of the whereas and the things that we're asking for to be resolved, I want to make sure that we're still in compliance with general statute.
Is that something we might want legal to review and bring back to us?
I mean, I could do that, but I don't see how a proclamation or a position that you may take in this, even if it were contrary to the Parents' Bill of Rights, would create an issue for you. You would just be taking a position against that, but in
Yes.
terms of if you changed your policy or something, that would be a little bit
That was the
different.
question, as long as we're still within our guidelines and follow what we need to follow, being a resolution that explains it for me.
I think so. I mean, I'll certainly take a look at it.
I just remember last year when we did this, there were some things that was changed in one of the last paragraphs, and I did not look to see if that had taken place again. Wanted to make sure that that staff had the direction that they needed and what they could or could not do. And I just didn't see it ahead of time to compare the two, and I did not know if legal had reviewed it or not.
Well, I had not reviewed it, that I would say, but also I mean, let me just read the now therefore part, because that's the part that actually matters real quick. I don't think it doesn't cause me any concern on those issues. No.
Any other discussion? Okay, we'll have a voice vote. Ms. Byer,
This is Natalie Byer, and I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
How about I?
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The proclamation passes unanimously. Thanks, everybody. The next item on our agenda is operations services.
The next item is the ARP ESSER 3 update. Here, are you driving that from up here, or am I driving? You want me to drive the whole thing? I think I can. We'll see. Okay. We'll go ahead and pull up that presentation. You're gonna talk about it, or
You can talk about it. Does IT have the presentation?
it's in the agenda? I'm now entering into an area of detail that I have not previously pursued. Seems late to be asking who puts the agenda, who puts the presentation on the screen. I just pulled it up off the agenda. It's in there.
Yeah, I've got the copy of the agenda, but can everyone else see it?
Yeah, I mean, who puts it over there? There they go. Okay, thank you.
So the board did ask for a brief update on the American Recovery Plan Act funding. We're not quite at the end of the quarter where we typically do our comprehensive updates, but we did pull some numbers just to show you where we were and what our timeline for closing out the grant was. We're currently on track to wrap up this year, September the 30th. And we have, let's see.
So go ahead and move on to slide 3. Right. And I'm going to be interrupting Sierra periodically, just so you know. Go ahead, Sierra.
No worries. So we skipped our favorite slide, the desired outcomes, which is to share an update on the American Recovery Plan and to share a timeline for our closeout. We have what Congress provided, the funding. And my apologies, this was one of those things that I worked with Dr. Danner on, and he is out, and I am catching up on it. The first slide talks about the flexibility and the CARES Act that they used the funds on, and that we have gone through the 3 phrases. All right, we're at ESSER 3. And the last bit was 109,000 that expires September the 30th.
Million.
Sorry, yeah, 109.7 million. And the funding program as of April the 30th has 12% remaining. The priorities for PRC 181 are addressing learning loss, the supplemental
Next
curriculum. Mm-hmm.
slide, please. That's what she's talking from now.
Here we go. PRC 181, which we're giving a status as of April the 30th, was primarily used for addressing learning loss. It purchased some supplemental materials and educational software. They did some facility repairs and improvements for air quality, staff improvement, summer learning, and it enhanced the cleaning and disinfecting of the schools. One of the priorities was also supporting the student experiences, the students experiencing homelessness. We have 22% of those funds remaining. Have exhausted PRCs 185 and 186, which supported students with disabilities, and expanding the related services and the program initiatives there for the IDEA grants and the IDEA preschool support. Next slide. For our summer career accelerating and math enrichment programs, we still have what looks like 99% of this allocation left, but that is because summer programs have not began. We do have a plan in place, and our tireless educators have planned a good program and started encumbering those funds. So we are on track to expend those funds over the summer. This portion of the grant still remains. There were some software issues with the cyberbullying and suicide prevention programs.
Yeah, let me just take over on 192 and 193 briefly. This board may recall that it chose to not pursue the funds associated with the Gaggle program that came down specifically from the state for that purpose. Since the board chose not to implement Gaggle, we must revert those funds to the state. We are not allowed to use them for any other purpose. Next slide.
It looks like we have just over half of the funds remaining in the ESSER 3 portion that supported career and technical education, school improvement, driver's education, and the principal retention supplements. Next slide.
This is a summary of the whole thing.
Yes, we are summarizing all of the ESSER 3 funding where it currently stands that we're at almost 13% of our funds remaining, but we do have a plan for expending those funds as we close out the school year.
I'll take the last couple of slides if you don't mind, Sierra. So I just want to point out a couple of things here. The ESSER funds are in different buckets and category for which DPI was required to submit a plan for the use of those funds. We cannot change the uses for those funds at this point because that plan has been finalized. All final changes have gone in. When you see to the far right, the 14 million as a remaining balance, I need to tell you that that's not really real money. There's already expenditures that have come out of that because this was as of April 30th. So the final June 30th closeout will happen after June 30th, which is for bringing the board a bit of an update. So there are already funds, that 14 million has already come down. We do anticipate that not the entire 14 million will be spent by June 30th. And next slide, please. What you see here is we are thinking around 7 million might be left based on what we've projected so far. And we have prioritized those areas in terms of where we might spend that 7 million. And this is sort of like a proposal within buckets that already exist in the plan because that's the plan that is approved. We do have some needs around curriculum resources and materials. You will recall that all of those came off of the proposed budget request. So we are going to try to use the last bit of ESSER dollars to help take care of some of those needs. So we have the funds expire on September 30th. They have to be spent by September 30th, with one exception, and that would be software. were you allowed to purchase a license that will go through the year, which is what you see in the second item there. The Panorama Student Success Software Suite, which is, I think, the engine for one of the primary surveys that we do with families in our community. So we will get one more year of that out of ESSER funds. We have included here a projected 6 to 7 million combined to support needs in facilities and operations and maintenance areas. Again, these are projected amounts. We're not exactly sure what the 14 million will come down to by June 30th. And actually, it's after June 30th also because of the summer programs that have to be part of that. But this is our estimate right now at what we think will be available to open the next school year with and the areas that we are prioritizing those funds. Next slide. So again, we will complete by June 30th, this year's closeout. That will probably go into a little bit into July before we have those final information. Once we know what our carryover balance is, we do have to submit a plan to DPI from a federal programs standpoint for approval of those final items. And then we have to encumber it by September 30th, and it has to be liquidated by December 31st. So spent out by December 31st. I believe that's it. Next slide. Yep. Any questions?
Thank you so much for this update. Ms. Byer.
Thank you all so much. I wanted to thank Ms. Ojijo and Dr. Danner for working on this update. I think a lot of us have been curious about what funds are remaining, especially as we come into this budget season with commissioners. I just thought this might be a good opportunity to talk frankly about our concerns about our facilities, about the needs that they have, to acknowledge the concerns that we have heard about HVAC across the district, and hope that we can really identify and target these $2 million to further stretch those overdue repairs across the district. And so I didn't know, Ms. Moore, if you had any comments that you wanted to make, because I know that a lot of that has been weighing on you all as we probably should have asked for double the operations recurring funds that we have to keep up with this as these federal funds go away. So.
Well, I would agree. I think we did say that it was really a minimum of 4 million that we needed, but just looking at all of the other needs in the budget and really a decision to prioritize the compensation piece that and trying to be good stewards and good partners in what we ask for. Dropped that to 1.5, but I think I've said on more than one occasion, you would need to do that 3 years in a row to really get to where we need to be. And by then needs will change as well. And I think that's really more about annual maintenance and emergency needs, some of the comprehensive work that's needed to do some major renovations and upgrade in some of our schools will require dollars even beyond that. So in order to get started on that, I have asked Fred Davis to give me a report, so to speak, a chart of all of the outstanding needs that we know we have in schools, and in some sort of an order in terms of what their sort of how they would start pecking it off and what the amount of funding might be needed in order to achieve it. And I've asked for sort of a comprehensive list so that I can have a real understanding of what their current operational funds might be able to support and where we might need to either seek additional funds or understand where our priority needs are for identifying how we would implement any additional funds that we might have. So they are putting that together for me so that I can take a look at it and see how much it is. I anticipate that it'll be a goodly amount, and that there'll be quite a few schools on that list.
Thank you so much.
Just piggybacking off of what Ms. Byer said, and I'm glad that we're having that list. I almost hesitate to say this because I think when you talk about prioritization without having all the information, it can be challenging. But I do think thinking about HVAC systems and how can we be prepared to close out the year, but also next year as August comes, and we have so many schools that are starting in July with the year-round program. How do we make sure those schools and those HVAC systems are ready to manage in an increasingly warming climate? We know that it's getting hotter and hotter. So how do we make sure those places are ready to go? I know that it's been really challenging for our schools over the last couple of days who've been dealing with HVAC challenges.
Yeah. And I would just add, I'm pretty sure I saw an email across my desk, not addressed to me, asking that very same question. We head into testing season.
Ms. Chavez and Ms. Lewis.
Thank you for this update. I just had a question. I think it's for Dr. Stewart about summer programs. How many are ESSER funded and how many are not? So I'm just interested, and not in a specific number, but if you could kind of tell us more or less, are we looking at losing a lot of activities that engage our young people over the summer?
Good evening. No, thank you for the question. On March 21st, we brought to you guys the summer learning program. And if you go back to that particular board presentation, you have those various slides with those programs, but 6 of those will be supported with ESSER dollars. Those are Take Two, Summer Bridge. Summer Bridge is the specific program that targets transitional grades, kindergarten, kindergarten, 6th and 9th graders, high school back on track, Ignite Next, Hub Farm Camp, and Freedom Schools.
An example of one that
Thank you.
continues with other funding would be like Read to Achieve. Students that have participated in that in the past, that comes through a different state funding pot.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Valladares.
Thank you for the presentation and sharing us where the updates of where things are with ESSER funding and continuing to uplift our capital improvement needs. Ms. Moore, you're talking about getting a report for the prioritizations. Is that with our current prioritizations of where things are now? So I know we had one done a few
It's
years
kind
ago.
of a deferred maintenance list.
Deferred maintenance list.
I think that might be a good term for it.
And that's for the right here and now, like
Yep,
what our
yep,
immediate deferred
What do we need
maintenance
to do
needs.
now? And if we had the money, what order would we go in? And it's both, if costs were not an issue, if we had the funds.
Okay. And I know we have a comprehensive operations plan in place or
We've
assessment.
contracted to do an assessment of our facilities, yes.
When will that be done?
By the end of the summer, that primarily informs like the CIP process and the building program. Yes, let Larry take it since this is last.
That is correct. And then we will prioritize what that list says and prioritize what order that we need to do. It would tie into what Ms. Moore has asked Mr. Davis to do. Once we get that list back, and then we can see what funding we have as far as moving forward.
And in general, what are our current operation needs, the total amount? I've been saying a number, but I want to make sure it's accurate.
I would say up to $10 million.
Oh, man, I had 900 million.
And we're talking about like immediate sort of
10 million,
comfort
say it again for
type-
immediate. I'm sorry, say it again for immediate.
immediate
So how
type
much?
needs. About 10 million, we think would put us in a good place.
Okay.
And this is outside of regular maintenance, outside of the other funds that are used on a yearly basis. This is all in addition to that.
Right. And you look at, when you think about 900 million, you're thinking about the 2021 assessment. When you look at the money that was tied to that, you're probably getting closer to that number that you're talking about to get everything in the district done.
That's looking at buildings that have far outlived their years and that sort of thing, and replacement and versus renovation, major renovations and that sort of thing. This
So
is
immediate needs
this is
to
more targeted to like life cycle. Well, yeah,
of
safety.
vicinity. Thank you for that distinction.
I have a comment, not a question. Just gratitude for including the curriculum resources. This morning at Merrick Moore, the governor's advisory on Latino affairs came to Merrick Moore, and one of the most impactful things was a student showing up a paper and saying, his progression, like where he started. He was showing us the charts, and he was walking us down M class, and even showing the data in terms of like, where his classes, where they started, where they're going, how many kids were reading below. this ability of kids to navigate that, in terms of like to understand that the curriculum is tied to some of those metrics, right? There's ways that all of this feeds into the progress that our children are making. And for them to be able to do that, that was super impactful. And there was just a lot of awe and appreciation from folks from all over the state who came to hear about this and to see the school at Merrickmore. So this is just thank you for including this, especially with PRC 181, because this is one of the budget asks that didn't quite make it to that local budget request. And kind of held my breath a little bit there. But to see it here and I just want to just express some gratitude. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, board members? Well, thank you for that presentation. The next item on our agenda is still in Operation Services Planning for the Future, DPS Student Enrollment 10-Year Plan.
Take it away, Matthew.
Thank you, Superintendent Moore, Madam Chair, board members, and the Durham community. It's nice to be with you this evening. It's very much the right time to come back to an extension of just the prior conversation topic, which was our facility needs, our student enrollment, and the future of Durham. So with that, this evening, the school planning department here in Durham Public Schools is going to give an overview of how we do our long-range forecasting work based on the residential developments that have been reviewed and approved here in the city and county of Durham. What are we looking at for enrollment over the years ahead? What is the mechanism for managing growth? What can we do in North Carolina? What can't we do? And then some recommendations and asks for help from the board as we move forward with our city and county partners. With us this evening is Ms. Kristen Brookshire, our lead planner in Durham Public Schools, as well as members of the Durham City and County Planning Department, Assistant Director Bo Dobrensky, as well as the Community Planning Program Manager, Scott Whiteman. So I want to thank our city and county partners for joining us tonight. This is very much intended to be a story of best practices and how we're all working in Durham to support our children and families. Next slide, please. Next slide. So at a core level, student enrollment in facilities is related particularly in North Carolina based on House Bill 90, which mandates class sizes, particularly for grades kindergarten through third grade. Talk a little bit about that as far as why we need to think about it both ways. As enrollment increases, where are our seats? The past, present, and future of enrollment in Durham. This is a vital topic, particularly as we look into forthcoming conversations with our local partners. Again, when we're discussing residential development reviews, what are the mechanisms for that? What are the best practices for that? And importantly for this body, for this board, and for our public and community, what are the implications of decisions that are being made by other community partners? To that end, what are the best practices on intergovernmental collaboration, again, across not only DPS, but the city and the county? Next slide, please. So in the update to the 23 to 28 Durham Public Schools strategic plan, the board, community input, envisioned that we would grow by an additional 4,000 students over the next 5 years. I have good news. If we do that, we'll be at 100% utilization, which is to say all of our seats will be encumbered. We have 35,000 seats in the county. That would put us right up to the top. Challenge is that students don't enroll uniformly, rather to say, we're going to see those increases in different parts of the county. And moreover, as we look at the long-term development, we're going to far surpass our capacity. That's one of the main messages that I want to make sure we come back to tonight, is that quite simply, Mr. Davis will run out of seats at a school level if we are not managing growth. Next slide, please. So the connection here that we want to draw is between the strategic plan that was just approved, the additional 4,000 students that is reflective both of recruiting and retaining students across Durham County, recalling again that our enrollment this year is at 31,000 students. There are 55,000 students in the county. So to give you a sense of what we're able to do to recruit students in, to support them, but also with new students on the way with families that are coming. That leads to our 10-year enrollment forecast. We'll share that number that was developed last summer, but we'll also be coming back to that in the months ahead. That will then fold into what was just referenced, the facility conditions assessment and our long-term look at, given these numbers, what will we need to do to make sure that our students, our staff, and our community are ready to support children. That should inform the capital improvement plan, which is again, because we do not have bonding authority in North Carolina, we're reliant on the county to supply the funding to support our facilities. Both the noted deferred maintenance, which is in the hundreds of millions of dollars, and the new seats that we desperately need both ways. Unfortunately, right now, you can see where those two needs can at times be in contradiction or vying over the limited resources that we have. Next slide, please. Next slide. There we go. So you've heard me talk a lot about utilization. Again, students and seats by classroom, by grade level, and by the school. But what could also be said is that, well, Durham Public Schools must make sure that that ratio is in compliance with the legal statutes. We have to be working with our city and county planning department partners on the new homes that are approved, in particular when developers are building most of the neighborhoods in one particular area or several specific areas of the county that can saturate that school or that region. In addition, remembering that the county seats, the overall number of seats we have, is a byproduct of the capital improvement funding that we have from the county. So that ratio, DPS, working with the city and county partners, is essential to us being viable. Next slide, please. So over the last 15 years, we've been benchmarking our enrollment and doing some hard work on model fits, trying to predict what's happened and what's going to happen as a function of precedent. On the next slide, we talk about annual enrollment projections. That's a very microgranular, what percentage of our students are coming in next year. The long-range forecasting is looking at residential developments that have been improved, and again, looking at our retention capacity over the years. Tonight, we're really focused on the second part, the long-range forecasting, identifying what are we looking at for enrollment in the years ahead. Next slide, please. So to give you context, the students that were born in Durham County in the year 2012 often are going to be a product of new residential homes that have been built. There's a life cycle to a new construction home, families moving in, and the students associated with those families. In 5 years, those resident live births on the next slide, those are the families that become students enrolled in Durham Public Schools. So we're always benchmarking the children that are born in Durham and what will it be 5 years out from there. Next slide, please. The main thread that we want to draw in here is not one year or not one data point, but that we have to be looking holistically and comprehensively on, as more neighborhoods come online, what will that mean for our enrollment, not just in kindergarten, but K-12. Next slide. So here we've got our updated model. Again, this was shared with the board last summer, but giving you a sense that over the next 10 years, we're pegging right at 4,800 students increasing in Durham Public Schools. That is important for a couple of reasons. Number one, that is not uniformly distributed across the county. As you've likely read and as we've talked some about, that is mostly in the eastern and southeastern regions of the county. That means that schools like Neal Middle School, which are 99% full, are going to face major enrollment problems in the foreseeable future. And that's something that we know is coming to our doorstep. It's just one example. What it also means is that we've taken every single neighborhood development, working with our partners, mapping those developments by neighborhood, what types of homes they're building, the price points, if there's any age restrictions. That's called a student generation rate. That's why we call it an SGR model. That gives us the ability to understand 500 homes in this area of the county, whether they be townhomes or single family, how many students will come with those developments. If we don't count for the new development, we're tracking right between that 31 and 32,000. Next slide, please. Okay, so what we want to talk now about is the tools that we have at our disposal and those that we don't because we're here in North Carolina. Next slide, please. So the three general best practices that we would have would include an adequate public facility ordinance, which for our city and county partners would say before we approve a neighborhood, do we have the public facility capacity, whether that's traffic, water and sewer, or schools, to support the students that are going to come out of that neighborhood? Unfortunately, here in North Carolina, that's a very difficult ordinance to get established. There's only one county in the state that has an adequate public facility ordinance, and that's Orange. Legally, there's a whole conversation of whether it's enforceable. I would say generally at this point, we're not recommending that, but there are areas where we can look at. We'll come back to that. Reviewing and amending school boundaries, much of this has been informing our work and growing together, as we've talked about, for example, Glenn and Bethesda Elementary Schools. There's 600 homes going in across the street from Glenn. We need to be ready to support those families and children. Capping student enrollment at overcrowded schools, that's something that a partner like Wake does annually. We don't have precedent around that, but that is a tool that is in the growth management toolbox. Again, this is just an overview of best practices, not recommendations. Next slide, please. In addition to that, as it relates to increasing your capacity, there's really only two ways we can do that. Building more schools and more seats, or levying education impact fees. We're actually one of the cases that's cited as far as why education impact fees in North Carolina. Legally at this point, it's questionable whether or not we can do that. Unfortunately, that limits us to get more seats. We have to come back and work through that capital improvement plan with the county. Next slide, please. So in summation, North Carolina has some specific constraints for us to manage growth in the future. We understand that there is a missing middle of affordable housing in Durham. We understand that we need more homes for our children and our future workers. Also, because we're in North Carolina, we can't levy impact fees on developers. SAPFOs are very hard to establish and very onerous to administer. And capping schools, again, we have not gone down that road historically in the Durham community. What I do want to name again is the cost of one seat. Cost of one seat in a school, if you look at our recent developments, is $100,000. So even a neighborhood that generates 10 students, you're talking in the millions, and that's just for 10 seats, right? 4,800 seats is equivalency to almost $500 million in capital needs. Next slide. We are doing everything we can with the tools we have. And I want to lift that up again, the partnership with the city and county planning department and our own internal work. So I want to review that briefly with you and then get to the recommendations and next steps. Next slide, please. We've gone through 5 years of adjusting school boundaries to account for growth. You recall the days when Creekside Elementary had over 900 children in it. The school opened with 10 mobile classrooms. That is the absolute telltale sign that we have not managed growth in Durham. We've come through that window after 5 years now to say, as we turn the corner with growing together, we are counting for growth in the future. When we look at Glenn and Bethesda, we're positioning them not only through boundaries, but through renovations. We're using the tools that we have. Our capital improvement program, notably Murray-Massenburg, is relieving mobile classrooms at 7 schools that surround it. So we have deployed the tools that we have to date. But when you think about the tensions of deferred maintenance costs and additional capital needs for more seats in the future, you can see the tension that the community and board are under. Next slide. Again, this is a summary point, but it just has to be said. This is what we're doing, not only through growing together, but every single day, balancing out what does the law allow us to do for enrollment and what are those hard capacities for class size. Next slide, please. Internally within planning over the last 5 years, we've taken huge steps. We've inventoried every classroom. Does it have a sink, a bathroom, the square footage, how many students? What is it suitable to support for instruction? We've identified over 750 neighborhoods that's using those 35-mile-an-hour roadways to make sure that children don't have to pass or cross busy streets in order to get to school. We're aware of the resources communities have at a neighborhood level. Internally within growth management, we've set up the regions. So now we know how many students are in a particular region and also what's the total capacity. And when the city and county go to consider a development, we're able to say, based on the capacity, this is what it will mean for our schools. We'll need another elementary school, or we'll need another middle school. In addition to that, again, the boundaries is that other layer along with the regions. We've accounted for future growth to date, but there is more growth on the way. We have to say that again and again. It's not an end conversation, but an ongoing one. We've been at the table with the Durham City County Planning Department to update the comprehensive plan. Regions within Durham Public Schools are now for consideration within the comprehensive plan, which is a testament to the partnership. But again, currently staff at a DPS and city and county level at our desks are pushing it as hard and as far as we can, but there's no enforceability. There's no agreements in place. We're trying to bring awareness so that people can make tough decisions. But without those agreements codified, we're just at times yelling into the wind. Next slide, please. So with that, some hard next steps and recommendations. Shouldn't say hard, that's not the right word, but I would say there are some thoughtful next steps and recommendations that go with that. Next slide, please. So again, on the enrollment increases, we can get to that benchmark that the board has given to us to get to 35,000 students. Most of it will be supporting our families that are in place. We're also this summer giving another update to that 10-year forecast. We'll come back as we head into August and September with a fresh look at what it means for the future. Again, excuse me. An ongoing conversation, not a limited one. So many water people here. Thank you for that. Sincerely, thank you. And to summarize the prior conversation, we are updating our facility conditions. We're looking at that. We're understanding the implications for increases in enrollment. Not only will we need new schools, but where? And to a degree, when? Next slide, please. We do need the board and the community's help on this. Because we do not have concurrency as the state of Florida does, or smart growth policies as the state of Maryland does, we are very limited in our tools, which is to say that while we may not recommend an ordinance that codifies things, there are agreements in place that allow this conversation to happen at a community level and a consistent point of awareness. Without a SAPFO in place, we are reliant on staff at this time pushing the issue forward, but there is only so far and so hard we can push. The conversations and the tension points in the Durham community, we are aware of the need for affordable housing and the influx of employers that will bring employees, hopefully, is a point of awareness as well. We're not recommending that the board pursue development moratoriums when we're out of capacity, but we are recommending that there are built-in triggers when we have ongoing conversations with our city and county partners, that there is shared understanding across the bodies that as you approve a development, you may need to be looking at finding the funding for a school to go with that. And so with that, I'll wrap it up. Here for any questions. Again, our partners are here. I want to thank their presence and pleased to answer anything that you may have inquiry-based.
Thank you for this presentation. Colleagues, any questions or comments? I know Ms. Byer had some. We'll start with Ms. Byer.
Thank you so much, Ms. Rogers. And thank you, Mr. Palmer, for the data that kind of shows the history of the growth in the community, the needs of our facilities, and the ways that the General Assembly keeps us from doing what we think would be best practices in our local community. And then puts in a K-3 class size law that really restricts our flexibility with taking care of the families that are right in front of us this year. I wondered, as a follow-up, whether your numbers include our growth in pre-K and our plan for 2 to 3 classrooms in every elementary school, as that's a shared goal of all boards in this community as well.
Thank you, Ms. Byer, for the question. Indeed, the 35,000 student capacity that we have is reflective of the programming of pre-K spaces that have been allocated to the point where we have dedicated pre-K space in every DPS elementary school. That does eat into our capacities. For example, you might consider if we were to offer 60 pre-K classroom opportunities across Durham, which I'll have to confer with Dr. Pittman, but I do believe that currently we are projected right at that number for next year. That's almost the equivalency of 2 elementary schools that we've allocated to pre-K supports. So those numbers do add up as we talk about pre-K and beyond. Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'm so appreciative of folks from the city and county planning being there and actually welcoming DPS staff to the table in new ways. I'm just wondering, like, what can we as a board do to make sure that we're advocating for what is needed as next steps? Is there a reason we're not looking at the Orange County School Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance and bringing that to our city and county colleagues as a better practice? Are we looking at land banking in the future? Are we codifying that we will do bonds every 4 years? Like, can you all help us draft something that will bring a positive, sustainable, transit-oriented, sidewalk-oriented, cohesive plan from our perspective to share with them as a starting point? Would that be a next step?
We would envision that some recommendations and tenants be brought forth from staff, but and I see Superintendent Moore's comments there as well, that one of the main takeaways from tonight is to make sure that the Durham community and the Durham Board of Education, as the central body that we support, is aware of our need to bring enlightenment to these connected threads around enrollment and the need for more seats, as well as suitable learning environments. As you've heard, the concerns with the existing conditions of our facilities, we're going to have to chew gum and walk at the same time. We're going to have to patch holes while we build new roads. I don't know why that analogy came to mind, but it is to say that we're happy to make recommendations along that front. Superintendent Moore?
I would just say, I think that there is clearly space after sort of elevating what Mr. Palmer has put together, elevating the need for the conversations to begin around what partnerships and agreements could look like, whether it's a SAPFO or an interlocal agreement or other things, that where there's acknowledgement and recognition of the mutual interest in benefit and planning together for the betterment of the community and ensuring that all DPS schools remain a viable and a first choice for our families. I have been known to joke that, and this is illegal, I think, that we should require developers to give us land when they build more than 100 homes anywhere. Yeah, I don't think you can do that. But something along those lines, because it's an impact. And it is one that, and in this community in particular, as Mr. Palmer has already elevated, the needs of our existing schools combined with the potential needs for new development are going to be a wonderful stressor on this community for a number of years to come, decades, quite frankly. But I think part of what maybe Mrs. Byer was asking is, can we start the ball rolling on the conversations?
Yeah, I really appreciate that framed as a wonderful stressor as well. If I'm understanding our history, the city county planning has no way to deny based on capacity of schools. I mean, even as we have a new regionalized, growing together regions, there still is no way for them to tap the brakes on new development as far as school capacity. Is that correct?
In the interest of summarizing my colleague's remarks, we do not have an enforceable clause that would create a development moratorium to say, if there isn't capacity at school A, then the school doesn't go, then the neighborhood doesn't go forward. We do not have that enforceable clause in place. That is what, I'm going to talk about the tools, that is what the SAPFO in Orange County does permit the municipalities in the county to consider. There are trade-offs with that too, just to be mindful, especially when we're dealing with such a housing crisis. I don't think that we've recommended a SAPFO directly, but there are adjacent legal constructs that would get us very far down the road to ensure that there is shared accountability and awareness for our public facilities through interlocal agreements.
Thank you so much. And last question, just, and this might be for Mr. Malone, but are there, do we have restrictions on the ability to land bank and to go ahead with codifying future land needs for future schools, particularly in East Durham, where we know growth is coming for elementary and middle?
No, there are no restrictions on the board's ability to purchase property for future use. You've got as much flexibility as you do funds.
Thank you.
That was not nice.
Thank you, Ms. Carter-Iden.
I was wondering how thank you. This is great. I appreciate your thoughtfulness and all the planning. I was wondering how you are accounting for charter enrollment. Are you just assuming continued charter enrollment as trends have been, or what does that look like?
Yeah, so in a 30-second response, we are taking the neighborhood planning units, locating the developments within those neighborhood planning units. Again, the whole county is mapped across those 750 units. We're finding comparable comparison groups. So if it's 100 townhomes being approved, we're going to look within that neighborhood to see if there's another housing type like that. The number of DPS students is what we're looking at, not the number of overall students that go to private, charter, and otherwise. What it does give us is a durable, consistent. Now, again, this is backwards looking, so it's to say that there could be more, but it is to suggest our student generation rates. If it's 100 homes on a per unit level, how many students will be generated out of each of those homes based on type, geography, school boundary, et cetera. So what we're looking at is really DPS enrollment. To your larger question, there may be additional students that come with those homes. We're not trying to be demographers for the whole county. We're really focused on the enrolled student attributes.
I think I understand that. I also am just curious, I'm new to this idea, but like, how do student enrollment caps work? And maybe with the example of Wake.
Okay. I was actually in charge of growth and planning for many years. Caps, as they are supposed to be implemented, are a short-term solution where, due to overcrowding in a school and a lack of ability to continue to enroll students in a growing area, the board takes an action to cap enrollment. Usually it means that if you're not already living in the neighborhood zone for a school, that you will not be able to attend that school. Now, if you have a 1-year-old and you're already living in that neighborhood, then you are able to attend that school in your neighborhood. But anybody who moves into the neighborhood after the effective cap date is not able to enroll in that school, and the board designates what has been called an overflow school. And it's supposed to be a temporary solution while you build or renovate for additional capacity. So you really should be taking into account, when you cap schools, what you have in your capital plan for building or renovating in the area. Depending on how quickly growth is happening, that's not always the case. There are schools in a neighboring district that have been that were capped the year after they opened and remain capped 15 years later. So it was not implemented as a short-term solution. So it is, and it is annoying to families who live in the area. And I will also say that it is when faced with the decision of whether to cap or not cap, because you are primarily impacting families who have not yet moved into the community, you hear very little dissension because they're not there. But if you keep a school capped for too long, then you will start hearing about it because families that have moved in are not able to attend a school that's proximate to their home. So that's why it's best as a short-term solution. And it does not work unless you have a plan for increasing capacity in the area through renovations or new schools. And it is a burden on transportation if you are providing transportation for students, because you now are sending them to another school that may or may not be proximate, because you have to find a school that has space. And sometimes the school that has space is not proximate. So it's a hairy proposition, but it is an option. And that's all I'll say.
Thank you for this presentation. I am intrigued by the SAPFO or as I'm looking it up, Googling it, it looks like there are also APFOs without the school at the front. And it looks like Maryland has several, which is interesting. So, and I'm sure you've already done all this research, but I'm wondering what a next step might be this evening to move toward this. Maybe there's not one. I do see in Baltimore, it looks like they put together a task force or a suggestion for a next step to get the ball rolling on this conversation. And also, have there been conversations with the county thus far? My apologies if you already said that.
If you see me smiling, it's because for 5 years, we've been trying to get to this conversation. And it has been pushing the ball up the hill. And again, I want to lift up our colleagues in planning who are here tonight who have said we want to help, but we don't have a lot of history working across the bodies. I'll just name that for the room. We've made progress. There are SAPFO adjacent constructs that could get us there. I think in particular, the annual reporting function, if you do look at the Orange County SAPFO, there's a task force that has from all of the institutional bodies at the city, county, and school system level participation and representation at. And there's intentional transparency on enrollment. There's intentional transparency on every school's capacity. Because we have regions, we now have the ability to talk geographically as well. Developers seem to be saturating certain areas of the county. That makes sense, right? Between water, sewer, and adjacencies to large employers, you're going to see a lot of growth going forward in eastern and southeastern Durham. What we can say, I think clearly for tonight, would be the recommendations that as we go into conversations with the county and ultimately the city, that there is some shared awareness on the reporting level, if that's annual, we can talk about that cadence of how to be transparent of where we're at with what's been approved thus far, and that there is a task force representative body that is bringing together this conversation in a coordinated fashion. Right now, outside of those in the room that are here, we don't have, it's been difficult to accelerate or elevate that conversation beyond DPS.
I can tap in also there. I think would be up to us to reach out to the city council, our mayor, as well as county commissioners. Vice Chair Chavez, you and I can do that work to begin this conversation, because I think it'll be important for those bodies to be aware of what we're struggling with and what we need their support with. And so we can have the governing bodies be having that conversation, as well as staff be having that conversation as well. But that might help you push this ball a little quicker.
Chair Umstead, there is, I'll use an example from Orange. There is a task force for SAPFO that monitors the annual reporting functions. And then there is a technical advisory committee that is on that task force that's really, you know, heads of departments that have the technical chops to bring it all together. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you. Yeah, let's get that conversation going because this is really important and it seems like a way very simply to get information that we need in order to make decisions that are thoughtful and responsible for the kids that we are trying to serve. And beyond that, with some of your other suggestions here, I just want to say that, you know, there was one here. Now I've lost it, but I do think that if there are ways for those who have the most resources or wealth and move into certain areas and develop in those areas and benefit the most from that, I do think ideally those entities would also support the community resources like the public schools around them. So that is all for me. Thanks.
Ms. Umstead.
Thank you, Mr. Palmer, your team for this presentation. I had a quick question a little bit, or it might not be quick, so I take that back. But just around like history and projections, I think that I appreciated the answer to your question around, we look at DPS enrollment, not every child that might be in a school. I think the history of Durham Public Schools that you do have families that move, but not everyone chooses DPS. And so wondering how that history, when you do your 10-year future planning, how does the past 10 years also impact what that looks like?
So the past looking backwards is going to look at, again, I mean, when you're talking about trend data, and we'll take a townhome, for example, that is in the Glen boundary, actually several hundred have just recently been built there, right around the corner on Glen School Road. And so to that point, when we're looking and mapping forward, when that development was proposed, we were finding a similar development in the general vicinity of Glen School, preferably its boundary, to be able to model out and say, okay, the 100 townhomes over here, we had 20 students. That is a reasonable approximation if there's no other layers. Sometimes we have developments that are enormous, but they're age targeted or age restricted. You'll see that over near Briar Creek, for example. But generally speaking, that trend data of enrollment is allowing us to understand how many are likely to come. To the question about additional students, the total envelope of possibility, there are going to be dynamic implications as we look for the data that will be a new data set starting in July and August of this year. And that's one of the important reasons why this is an ongoing conversation. There's what we think is going to happen, and we realize the community under our feet is making their decisions. So we're going to continue to update that annually. It's not intended to be a sit on the shelf number, but much more. And that is one of the important updates that we do with the planning department, is to send them updates on student generation rates as we glean new information every year with enrollment.
Thank you so much. The next item on our agenda is academic services.
Next item on the agenda is an update to the board on some discipline data. I want to start as folks make their way up here for this presentation to just say a couple of things. The first part of this presentation is really focused on the discipline data that we get in a report on an annual basis from DPI. It's comprehensive annual student discipline data. It is how it's reported back to us on a yearly basis. And then the second part of the presentation talks a little bit about the work that is being done around restorative practices in the district. I want to acknowledge that there's been a number of emails since the presentation went live with the board expressing a desire for some additional disaggregated data finer level detail, more subgroups, that sort of thing. We can certainly get that information together and dig deeper into this, and we can put it together, get it to you, do it as a separate update so there's an opportunity to discuss. But I just wanted to let you know and acknowledge upfront the number of requests that have already come in about further disaggregated data that is not disaggregated this way in the presentation and is not normally how it comes to us. So we have to do the work to disaggregate it further. And even some additional data points that it doesn't come to us that way. So we have to do the work to get it distributed that way. But we will get that information and get it to you, do another presentation, whatever needs to be done. But I wanted to say that first because I know those questions will come when we're done. So thanks. Welcome, Dr. Maddox Perry.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, as well, good evening now, Ms. Moore. Thank you for that introduction. Board members and DPS community. We'll wait for it to get up. Okay, next slide, please. Some time has passed since our last discussion about exclusionary discipline data and the transformative potential restorative practices holds for Durham Public Schools. I'd like to begin this presentation by acknowledging what really is the North Star for developing our plan for supporting schools, and that is priority 2, provide a safe and healthy school environment that supports the whole child. This slide highlights 2 major strategies for achieving priority 2, and that's addressing restorative practices and exclusionary discipline, as well as a commitment to 100% implementation of cultural frameworks within our schools. As you can also see, mental health and SEL are identified strategies within priority 2. They're also essential components for creating a district-wide culture and climate that yields improved schooling experiences for our students. Next slide, please. Though the crux of this update is to explore the discipline data trends since the implementation of restorative practices in 2018, 2019, I have to paraphrase. I'd like to put it in context and frame the discussion. I heard a quote, and as a new gardener, it really resonated with me. In essence, the quote conveys, when a flower doesn't bloom as expected or flourish as expected, you don't blame the flower, you look at the environment. You don't question the quality of the seeds or the nursery. You look at how you care for the flower, and you may ask, is this flower getting enough nutrients from the soil? Is there enough sunlight? Am I watering too often? Am I watering not enough? This interpretation is what inspires our team to utilize the 3-pronged approach that you see here. Overall restorative practices rather than punitive measures, SEL and mental health resources to allow for a tiered system of supporting student needs, and behavior management support by having core behavior expectations, related professional learning, and a progressive approach to responding to violations of our code of conduct. Next slide, please. Now that we've set the stage with that context, let's take a moment to look at some of the historical data. Slides that have been shared with this board previously look similarly. And so we've added them to highlight the year 2022 and 2023. This slide is showing the data for in-school suspension and restorative practice center. Why that contradiction, you might ask, when I've said multiple times at this podium that we do not have in-school suspension in Durham Public Schools? Well, the state reporting system utilizes the term ISS to document time spent outside of the regularly scheduled class schedule and is the only official accounting category for students. We use restorative practices centers to assist. In Durham Public Schools, we utilize restorative practice centers, or RPCs, and have to use these assignment designations so that we can accurately document where students are receiving their support. Each time we report on discipline data, we try to make sure that we explain the use of this contradictory term, but share in full transparency how we actually have to report the data. For Durham Public Schools, any student who spends time from class without an out-of-school suspension due to a possible violation of a code of conduct, we really share a restorative framework. However, only our secondary schools are allotted the restorative practice center coordinator positions to have a full center. As you take a look at this data, you can see our trends over the years. And I would note that I don't see that listed here that for 22-23, we ended the year with about 7.5% of our students in elementary and secondary schools being assigned or attending, visiting a restorative practice center at least once. Next slide, please. This slide shows the disaggregated data for restorative practice center assignments. And of course, you see the in-school suspension there, but it is really restorative practice center assignments. You can see that there has been a decrease in the assignments to restorative practice centers since 2018. For every identifiable group we've been collecting data on. But you can also see that the years in between following COVID, as has been noted in a lot of the data trends, there have been increases in time students have been spending out of class. Next slide, please. This is the disaggregated data. Excuse me, this isn't disaggregated. This is the short-term suspension data since 2018, 2019, up till 2022, 2023. As you look at this data, you can see the trends. 2022, 2023 was a peak year for us in Durham Public Schools. And our overall short-term suspension rate was 7.9%. And you can see the various breakdown by grade span. Next slide, please. And here is the disaggregated data that was talking about, as we've said, 2022, 2023 was a peak year for us. And I just have to state that, you know, we have been monitoring these trends and working to figure out how we can impact what seemed to be a turnaround in some of the work that we had been doing. And so that is why much of the emphasis is on restorative practices and that three-pronged approach that I'll get back to a little bit later. But the data speaks for itself.
Dr. Myers, if I
Yes.
could just interrupt for just a second.
Yes,
I just think it's important to note the final data that we get from the state for 22-23 actually happens around February or something, or like just a couple months ago. So, because there's a period of correction and review of the data that happens in the fall, when the districts have a chance to take a look at that data and review it and make sure that it's correct. So the final report actually has not been out that long for 22-23. And I'll just save my other comments for later.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And this is the slide for long-term suspensions. These numbers are representative of students for whom a recommendation for reassignment or long-term suspension was approved. However, these students did not enroll in any of the alternative learning environments available to them in Durham Public Schools. These environments range from Lakeview School to homebound, or perhaps even as necessary, a virtual option for our 365-day suspensions due to firearms, if those should occur. Last year, you can see our number was 93 students who did not opt to participate in the educational opportunities offered to them through Durham Public Schools after receiving a long-term suspension. Next slide, please. Okay, so that's sobering data. Often in our department, we say, now what? And so our three-pronged approach is our way that we'd like to kind of center our opportunity to support our schools and our students to building a healthy culture and climate. Next slide, please. This slide is our MTSS slide. It focuses on the tiered approach, and I want to keep that in your minds as you're watching the presentation, because one size does not fit all. Even though we make recommendations and we talk about all the work that we're doing, we recognize that one size does not fit all. And so from data analysis, as well as our shared cultural frameworks, all of our MTS work is around trying to have a tiered approach to supporting our schools. 4 things that you'll see there: we make sure that we welcome and affirm students. Our schools should engage student voice. Our schools intentionally build community, and our schools invite feedback. And all of those comprise our MTSS framework and the 3-pronged approach that you'll see more details on later. Next slide, please. So this is our restorative practices is the foundational cultural framework for our district. I just wanted to highlight a few of, if you see, I have some graphics here that give you an idea of the cultural frameworks available to our staff and schools in Durham Public Schools, but we also have current implementation and support. I've highlighted a few. In reflection activities, often we get asked, what is the difference between in-school suspension and restorative practice centers if a main component of students visiting the restorative practice center is a violation of the code of conduct? And so reflection activities is priority in a restorative practice center. Also, restorative circles, not just restorative circles, but restorative circles are key to students' attendance in restorative practice centers. Additionally, the individualized conferring with students from their teachers, student services, there is a schedule, there is a restorative practices center framework that outlines what should be happening for students during the day, and the strong component of individualized conferring when teachers and student services staff from the school visit the RPC. That is a high leverage activity and partnership that assists with students reflecting on the reasons they have visited the restorative practice center, as well as receiving some level of accountability for that reason. And of course, reintegration planning. If there has been some harm or removal from class for an extended period, a day or so, there is an opportunity for reintegration that seeks to unite the student back into the class or school community. And so those are the highlights of Restorative Practice Center. And that's what makes it different from ISS. You're not just going there staring at a wall and being quiet all day. There should be lots of things going on for students, including finding a way to reflect on the reasons for being there. Next slide, please. Social emotional learning, SEL curriculum and mental health resources. You'll see that we have 5 SEL curriculum vendors in Durham Public Schools. And our current implementation and support highlights include, we have an SEL coach in every school, and those coaches hold quarterly SEL meetings where they not only get support from district staff members and practitioners, they also get to support one another. What's working well? What can we do differently? How's it going for you? So that has proven to be very beneficial to the SEL coaches, and we think it has aided in some of the implementation that we're seeing in some schools. Another point I'd like to highlight deals with our co-located mental health services. Those continue. We have added an additional vendor this year, an agency to work with us, and we're excited about our partnership. We are the first district in North Carolina to engage in the youth and teen mental health first aid initiative. All of our nurses, I think, all the nurses, every one of the nurses, some. It's nurses, teachers, and even students have been taking a part of that. And we're real excited about that. But it's just an example of how we try to have a full well-rounded approach to providing resources on the proactive end of addressing those numbers we saw in our discipline data. Next slide, please. Behavior management support. Well, the discipline is all about behavior management and violations of the code of conduct. We are excited about a collaborative school-based student services team, counselors, and school social workers, RIPLC. They work together and they look very closely at how their roles are similar and where their roles diverge and move into more separate areas. We also have progress monitoring of our suspension data. We have a tiered approach to assisting schools with reflecting upon that data and coaching as necessary, individual staff members, teams working in whatever way is necessary to have some aligned professional development. And one thing we're really proud of is, as we've been looking at the numbers of students with IEPs, with Section 504 plans who have been suspended from school, there are collaborative case studies that occur biweekly with the Exceptional Children's Department, where we talk about students who are showing up perhaps with behavior management concerns, plans, maybe suspensions, maybe time out of classes, but also to get the information from our colleagues of how we can better support those students. And so those have been happening this year as well in response to that data. Next slide, please. So now recommendations. Our recommendations are straightforward, and the first is just to revisit the policy 4301 to create a DPS code of conduct, character, conduct, and support. And that's really important because it begins to start our communication to our family and to our students by putting our values first, and that's character. It also makes sure that leaders in schools are not constrained, that they don't feel like they don't have the flexibility to engage in restorative justice when there are minor to moderate violations of the code of conduct. And it's also an important undertaking for districts who've maintained transformation of their environments and their climate due to restorative practices. So I'm really recommending that we revisit that policy moving forward. Also, we recommend high fidelity to the Restorative Practices Center framework and the SEL implementation rubric. We try to be explicit about the expectations and practices and the supports available to ensure that the pathway to success, what we believe is success for students, is free of blind spots, and it's not a mystery. We try to be very explicit with that, but continuing to promote high fidelity is important. Trauma-informed training for all administrators, student services team members, EC facilitators, and as a selected staff member, it is a must for everyone's benefit. I don't think that that we have gotten the number, what we would like to call a critical mass yet, but we're looking forward to doing that as we move towards everyone having trauma-informed training. And then one thing that we're excited about is collaborating with our EC directors to include de-escalation professional learning for all schools. In our collaborative meetings with our colleagues in EC, their suggestions and their work with de-escalation professional learning have proven fruitful, and we wanted to support that and see that expanded as well as an option. In conclusion, our district has made investments in data analysis and tools to ensure practices align with our core beliefs about the limitless potential of our students. As we continue to monitor and respond to the data on discipline, as well as the three-pronged approaches of restorative practices, social emotional learning, and mental health resources, and behavior management support, we'll continue to seek our community's input and cooperation. At this time, I'd like to turn the presentation back to Dr. King or Ms. Moore.
I want to stay on this slide for just a
Okay.
minute. If and when the board chooses to review and go through policy 4301, I think it might be important to take a look at some model policies from some other districts to review the types of language and expectations that are set forth in those policies. I mean, there are, and you're gonna find the gamut, right? You're gonna find probably in the state of North Carolina, policy that does not allow suspension in elementary school period, for example. And focuses instead on the learning, the opportunities, you know, the restorative piece. And then you're going to have other policies that, other than legally what you're not allowed to suspend for in elementary school, it's anything is possible. So I think looking at some model policies and some language is going to be helpful. I think that when you backwards map into what MTSS is supposed to show us how to do, is it's about keeping kids in the classroom. Tier 1 is interventions and supports that keep kids in the classroom. Tier 2 keeps kids in the classroom. Tier 3 keeps kids in the classroom. So the question you want to ask is, to what extent are our school level staff, teachers and administrators, implementing tier 1, 2, and 3 prior to an out of school suspension? And if not, why? I mean, there could be an egregious offense that requires that you take that drastic action, but in general, are we well versed enough in what's MTSS tier 1, 2, and 3 from the behavioral point of view, which runs right along the academic piece, to actually ensure that kids are in the classroom? Two things that are most closely correlated to students being successful in the classroom. Year after year, research bears it out. Access to a high quality, rigorous grade level content curriculum. 2, attendance, being in the room. So those need to be, if we're prioritizing those 2, then that goes hand in hand with the exclusionary practices and discipline. So as you review 4301, looking for those tenets in those policies, those model policies. The high fidelity to the Restorative Practice Center framework and the SEL implementation rubric. You may recall a few weeks ago when I presented the superintendent's proposed budget, the number of staff that we have in central services. The capacity for that to be monitored diligently from the central services level is not fully there. So how we build the capacity and the tools and structures for building level administrators to get the data they need, the information they need, and have the training they need to feel like they can move forward with the work that has to be done in their building is going to be critically important. And/or I'm going to also say you may need to increase this staff that are supporting these. If you go back to the slides that showed some of the SEL curriculums and some of the restorative practices curriculums, you got 5 or 6 things on that slide. And schools are able to choose the things that might make the most sense for them, but you have 3 or 4 people supporting 5 or 6 different programs at 57 schools. And so to try to benchmark, set practices, have high accountability with that number of programs is not an easy thing. So I think it's, you know, you're balancing the resources you have that can provide that support and training and accountability with the number of staff that you have, and or the ability for a school to choose the program that they think they need, or that they're used to in their community, or that they may want to implement. You may have principals in this district who on their own already don't believe that elementary children should be suspended, and you see that in the data. And you may have others that don't have that orientation, and you see that in the data. So there is some guidance, direction that is to be provided by the board around that, and it's done through policy. A couple of other things about the training, the trauma-informed training, the de-escalation training. This will get me in trouble. Sometimes the question that I will ask as I hear different kinds of concerns is, so who gets to tell principals what to do? That answer is a little fuzzy sometimes. So de-escalation training has been optional. trauma-informed training, I'm not sure if it's been optional or offered for everyone or whether or not there's capacity there, but I think there are some times when, again, maybe through policy and expectations and certainly in alignment with your strategic plan goals, that there may be some direction that you work with to the superintendent and principals to say, these are expectations for everybody. And there may be some space for that as we move forward as well. And then program evaluation, data analysis, and timeline. I'll just say that many reports where you are assessing, you're doing program evaluation around a resource, an implementation of a program, or anything else, often comes back to a paragraph at the very end of the report that's a summary statement that says the ability to determine the actual impact of the implementation is difficult due to a lack of fidelity of implementation. And that's where the support and defining the tights around what has to happen and following up with those become incredibly important. And then you will see the data move. The 22-23 data, with maybe one exception, is all up. So I think that that's something to think about. And you have more tools than you had in years past. I think you have to look at multiple points of data. If the number of students that are engaged in restorative practice centers is going down, are your suspension numbers also going down? It's not what you saw here, right? You saw restorative practice centers data going down, but you saw suspension data going up. And then you want to take a look at, recidivism. A lot of times you'll say that, you may, if you have 100 suspensions, but out of those 100 suspensions, there are, 10 students that account for 90 of them, right? And so you have to sort of take a look at those numbers as well. And that's, I think, additional data. I don't think that was one of the specific things that was asked in the emails that went around after the presentation went live, but I'm just adding it to the list. And then I think the whole piece about culture that was already talked about in terms of how you build an environment, a culture, and an expectation in a school with the principal and the leadership and your parents and the community is going to also be really important. And your teachers are really critical here, because in order for kids to stay in the classroom, teachers have to feel equipped with, as well as supported around how to engage with students in manners that actually does keep them in the classroom. I also believe strongly that discipline, quotes, air quotes, does not happen in the office with the principal. If it does, the teacher's giving up all their authority in the classroom, because the kids know, well, if I get sent out, something happens over there, nothing happens in here, and here I just get sent out. And so I think, but I also know that we're all humans, and at some point, we're done. So how do we understand, and how do we build the capacity? And I think that's one of the biggest issues we have, is we have not, discipline doesn't happen in the counselor's office only either, or in the principal's office, right? It has to start in the classroom. That's where you want the students to be. That's where you want them to stay. So, what does that look like, and what does that take? And I think we really have to, listen to our teachers there, because when people are at the end of the rope, or they're done, or they don't know what to do next, there are children on the other side of that feeling. So I think there's room here. And I think it is about resources. I think it is about training. I think it is about policy. And I think it is about defining explicitly your tights and your expectations. So, and I'll just close by saying, again, I know you want more, and we're working on the stuff that you've already have asked for. So anything else that has sprung up today, or that you'd like to make in your comments about the things that you'd like to see, please do. Board members? Homestead?
Thank you all for this presentation. I remember when DPS started restorative practices, I was glad to see us take a district-wide approach. I remember talking with Dr. Mavinga about that at the time. And so really glad that we're here and recognizing what we've achieved and what we want to do. I think one more thing I would add on to what Ms. Moore said around takes training, but it also takes changing your practice. And how do we coach folks to have different practices? So we can train you all day. And then what are we going to shift in your classrooms every day? What are the different questions that we're asking? What are the things we're doing differently every day to create that proactive, positive culture? And then so therefore students want to be in the school building. So when something happens, they're quickly wanting to restore and come back to school. So I think there's a lot we can do. I look forward to doing, and I hope we can be strategic about the shifts that we need to make, even though we have lower staff capacity, so that we're still seeing progress. I really liked how you reframed the policy around character. Ooh, and now I've lost it. Support, character support, and there was one more.
Yeah, character, conduct. and
Character,
support.
conduct, and support. The many years ago, there was a task force that worked on editing our code of conduct policy, and I wonder if that is bringing that task force back, adding additional members, or putting some more folks together to revisit that. And that's something I would love to see us start this fall, maybe, and that could include, which would mean us starting the list of who's on that list now, so we can make sure we get people together. I know that was a community effort in the past, and I think I'd like to see that community effort come back to that work. I also know we use some ESSER funding for trauma-informed training, and this can be a follow-up question, curious to know how many schools were able to participate in that and what the impact we've seen from that work is as well. And then my other question was also covered in Ms. Moore's comments just around repeat students who might be going back. And I believe in the fall when we get this presentation, we typically have that data in there, but I would just want to make sure we see that when we come back in the fall. That was all my questions and comments.
Other board members, colleagues? I know y'all have comments. Ms. Chavez, okay, we'll go around.
All right, thank you for this presentation. I think that mental health supports and addressing our discipline disparities needs to be at the center of our work. And so I think that addressing those disparities that you cited, and for the integrating restorative practices has to be a focal point that all departments have to be invested in. And that's what I would really like to see. I think it'll, I think, I know another issue is like recidivism with some of our students, because you can have a certain number of suspensions, but then when you look, and I know I've seen this data in past years, how many students have 10 or more of those suspensions? There tends to be a group at each school. And often those are students with more trauma and more trauma needs. When I look at the data, and I've been still citing the last presentation that we saw, I think in December 22. But when I look at the data, I see bias. And it is not to say everybody has bias. It's what we do with that, because, we live here on Earth. And so how do we address that? We have to do that. And as a former teacher, I've seen many different behaviors, and it's often very challenging, especially as a newer teacher. If you have a higher number of students in your classroom for various reasons. And I'm glad we're going to do the de-escalation training, and that Ms. Moore mentioned perhaps making sure that everyone has that. It's really important because behavior management, we talk about, behavior management of students is largely about adults also managing their behavior. And if anybody has dealt with a behavioral challenge of a student or your child, sometimes we have to put ourselves in a timeout. Everybody knows that. Or, something, but we have to manage our own reactions. And so I want to say with that too, that's why I think it's important that we support the mental health needs, and be mindful of the mental health of our staff. We have to do that because the reality is we're all people managing these, different emotions. But I also wanted to say, going back to trauma, the trauma-informed training, I think that's good. I think I would like to see that woven into everything we do. I just think more and more, we have to be a trauma-informed district in everything. It's not separate from equity work. It's not separate from anything else that we do. And kids who experience trauma, they don't know how to manage their trauma symptoms unless they have been taught. And everybody figures out ways to manage those things, but it's not always healthy. So I sent you a bunch of questions during an hour ago or so. That I collected in my brain earlier. And also with support from, I want to say, community members who sent questions. But I do want to see more data in this. I want to see, I would like to see data on restorative practice, different restorative practices, like how many of those are going on, or how many, I've asked this before, I think, or mentioned it, like how many social workers are leading support groups, that kind of thing. I know I spoke to a social worker at one of our schools, and she was doing groups that sounded amazing. And at how many schools are we offering those groups to students? And that was a middle school. So, I would like to know more about all of this, the SEL, how are kids responding to it? What are the outcomes what are we seeing from the outcomes of our SEL curriculum? And what are the sort of benchmarks that we're trying to meet along the way? I want more of that. I think that for a number of reasons, this is just, it's key. We're in this litigation with social media companies that are, that's all about mental health. We need to support those students. And so many of our students have, experienced trauma. We have lost students. Others, surviving students are experiencing a lot of grief. There are any number of things that kids are bringing every day. But I think those are sort of my overall comments. And I may follow up with something else, but that's what I'll say for now. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you so much for this presentation. Of course, I always appreciate the robust actions that are being taken to help keep our children in school and to change the trajectory of having them out of the school. This work has been developing, and even to know that you all have included reorganization with this three-tiered approach is nice to see the way that this is now flowing out. Thank you, Ms. Moore, for your comments. I really shouldn't have anything to say based on what you've already addressed, but I will just say a few things. Representative Hawkins, when they were here for our legislative time together, our joint meeting, he shared that he has an IDD omnibus bill based on the fact that North Carolina is #1 suspension in the country for suspension with students with disabilities and restraints. That is very near and dear to me, to make sure that we are giving intentional focus of that. And you did share some of the ways that our EC department is looking at has increased de-escalation training, but I do want to take that a step further with the recommendation. I'll tell you that in a second. Also, Representative Maury has a bill that she's working on for school suspension for children's rights for pre-K through third grades, and she's going to share that draft with me when she gets that. So even it's just this really on time that we tonight pass our own legislative agenda, which outlines what we want to do, and there is more that we can do to align locally with our own requests and work on things in conjunction to what they are doing. I would like to propose that we consider leading the way in excluding short-term suspension or out-of-school suspension for pre-K to third grade students. And as Ms. Moore suggested, looking at models that could give us a recommendation of what would be the best for our students. Can you say something? Okay.
I'm giving thumbs up.
Thank you. And pulling together, as Chair Umstead shared, possibly pulling together a task force for the character development and adding to that. One of the things that I saw when looking at that that policy, there's nothing in there specific in the tiers about restorative practices. And I know restorative practices came specifically after the initial changes to the policy. So I want to make sure we're including that language in there as well for the task force that comes together. And then the last thing I wanted to share, and going back to the omnibus bill that Representative Hawkins is working on, he's talked with our staff on several occasions about Durham piloting an EC, Exceptional Children's Equity Dashboard, similar to the current equity dashboard that we have posted. In that, there's some of the important points that's been made is that we have a school philosophy of inclusive education. It's not necessarily a data point, but what is our philosophy about inclusion? A preamble to this equity chart. Information about specific initiatives or programs at the school that support students with disabilities and their non-disabled peers, such as peer helper programs, school-based enterprises, social emotional learning curricula. School data on the following, as parents are making choices: how many self-contained classrooms, how many EC and IA staff classrooms, how many general educators trained in special education in the building. And I can send this to you. Please don't try to take all the notes. How many students have time with general education and special education, and the data of the last school-wide PD training in various areas, specifically the de-escalation. Student growth is also a key metric. Discipline and suspensions of students with disabilities. And if there is a EC parent survey that could be used to get parent feedback on how we're doing specifically within that department. So just appreciate the work that you are doing. I want to capture those additional data points. I know that I didn't send this ahead of time regarding data around elementary school suspensions. And again, it had been, I know there are principals that they don't suspend at all in elementary school. And to Ms. Moore's point, there are some that do. And I do want to make sure we're looking at getting that in our policy to have consistency across the board and truly understanding pre-K through 3. There's other things that we need to be working on and talking to and working with the families to get addressed. Thank you. Sorry, I did have one more at the bottom. Hold on. Oh, I didn't write it down. Okay, don't worry about it.
Dr. Maddox-Ferry, thank you for this presentation. I'm going to own that the space that you're navigating in terms of this work is space that hasn't been charted. The federal government is not charting it. Local municipalities are not charting it. When it comes to restorative practices, the people who have been charting this for a long time are people who whose voices and whose commonwealth of knowledge haven't really made it to these spaces. And yet, in some ways, in the educational space, restorative practices has come about from the governance of Indigenous peoples who have owned this process, who gave us this process, generations, historical facts showing tribes doing governance and everything else around being in relationship, being in circle. And I just want to take opportunity because one of the things that I hold is the complexity of how a school system approaches this work and who are the vetted resources, who are the vetted players in this field. And unfortunately, the vetted players are not the Indigenous peoples, the peoples who focus relationship, the peoples who are doing this work in communities that have been harmed by oppression and who have had to reckon with historical injustice. And so the people who are giving this are people who have the books, who publish the books nationally. But I want to read something to you and to everyone here because I have done this before, not thoroughly, but I do take liberty to do this. And I'm going to get to the point of how it applies to us and the vision that I'd like for us to see with this. And it's a vision I've said before, so it's so when it comes to national efforts seeking to address Indigenous circles or also organizations that are trying to bring respect, accountability, collaboration, trying to do this work of restorative practices model, it's important for us to acknowledge that the definition on the International Institute of Restorative Practices website says that restorative practice are an emerging social science that studies how to strengthen relationships between individuals as well as social connections within communities. And then, though new to social sciences, restorative practices has deep roots within Indigenous communities throughout the world. But nowhere on their website is a description of the actual practices they are discussing. And there's a lot of coded language and jargon, I would say, when it comes to defining, what restorative practices really does in terms of bringing in what Indigenous communities have been telling us for a long time. So the Native American Rights Fund talks about conflict resolution and management in communities, and it's called peacemaking. The actual origin of restorative practices comes from peacemaking circles. And what's interesting is that in the appropriation of this and commodifying it and putting it in books for education to use, they have missed out on that peacemaking aspect, which is a big part of the essence of this. And so in the appropriation of the circles of restorative justice led by International Institute of Restorative Practices, circles used to be called peacemaking circles. That's in literature, Stewart et al. It's a research paper. As time went on, peacemaking was dropped from the language of circles to allow for a broader use in circles in settings beyond the criminal justice system. And soon enough, the word circle itself was dropped in favor of the more generic restorative practices. And it keeps going. It says Indigenous-based circle work does not recognize the terminology of restorative practices as it's spelled out by these entities, whether it's International Institute of Restorative Practices. There are a lot of people who look at what is being offered and they're saying it's missing the point. And here's where I'm going to go to the local level, because when we talk about this work, it's about relationship and it's about accountability. It's about everyone understanding their connection to the harm that is happening. And a child who is learning to model their behavior according to the behavior of adults around them in their homes, in the community, and in these spaces, these children are modeling behavior that they're seeing in adults. And we are not reckoning with that, with anything that is happening if we do not bring the relationship aspect of what is the relationship between the child and the adults in the school system, even the child and the adults in their home, the child in connection to community. And so it's important for us to acknowledge that the level of sophistication in some of these manuals, sometimes even our most well-dedicated, devoted educators, when I've asked them about the resources that they're getting, they're saying they're getting the trainings, and yet there's almost like a desire to develop this in a way that only they can do because of where they live in Durham. And there's a history in Durham of racial injustice. And there's a history of ableism. And we hear about disability advocates who talk about this. There's a history of disenfranchisement. And so for us to do restorative practices, it does take for us to decide to empower the kinds of people who understand that historical context, which the International Institute of Restorative Practices cannot give us. They don't have that. That's not their purview. That's our purview as a school district. What are the historical inequities that have happened in this district? What are our children communicating to us when they misbehave, when there's very little classroom management because there's a lot of intensity in that classroom? And we talk about disabilities, we talk about all the advocates that are talking about intersectionality. So we have to bring that into the space, and the way to do it is this, and I'm going to read this verbatim. If schools want to build loving environments of inclusion with students, their families, faculty, staff, and communities, we believe that circles support the creation, maintenance, and development of that kind of environment. Within that environment, when conflict occurs, it is not the result of difference, but rather a human function of development, of people working out what they need to learn about so that they can heal and have wonderful, productive lives. And so it's about human development. And so this is just to say that recently I went to a talk at Duke, and it was a Trinity Distinguished Lecture, and Professor Charmaine Royal, she's a professor of African American Studies. She did a talk on shifting paradigms on genetics and race. And she described it as a journey through an unanticipated career, exploring and shaping perspectives, practices, and policies to advance science and human flourishing. And that perspective of flourishing is the perspective that is missing in International Institute of Restorative Practices. We have that key here in Durham. What does it take for our kids to flourish? And that is a community conversation, and I would even posit a community circle with a lot of the folks. And that is also a circle process where administrators need to sit in circle and look at each other and figure out, how do you relate to this work? Who are you in this space? What was your journey in punitive? There's a lot of work that needs to happen about educators reenacting harms that they experience themselves and sometimes missing that. The disciplinarian, the focus on punition, all of that is restorative practice. All of that needs to come. And I think principals need to all sit at the table, look at each other in the face. You know, all administrators need to be in circle themselves. There need to be circle opportunities for administrators to reckon with their own journeys with punition, upbringing, discipline, everything else, and figuring out how are we really focusing on the flourishing of students that are showing up in this data with disparities. Black youth are not flourishing based on this data. And there are conditions in this district that need to address that disparity. Students with disabilities are not flourishing in this district, and we need to reckon with those conversations. And it's about relationship and accountability. And I think that we need to be open to the folks who are doing this work in the community. And you know, I think this is evolving. So I give kudos because you have stayed with this commitment since we started. You have done the best to set it up in the ways that have been set up. And right now we do need to have those conversations across the community about practitioners who will come into our schools and be invested in our schools and understand the historical context of what we're dealing with. And so I want us to move away from International Institutes of Restorative Practices and use those resources towards empowering the kinds of people who are addressing trauma, ACEs, who are actually coming in and understanding that they are in relationship with the educators, with the students. And I know that Duke is doing this work. I know that NCCU is doing this work. I know that the PA actually reached out and they were talking about restorative practices. I mean, there's so many groups that are like, this is something they care about, Durham cares about. So I think we need to do an invitation. And I'm taking liberties here, but I think we need to have board, this is us. We need to have a conversation, a community conversation. Jessica, that idea that you have about, you know, forums, you know, where we pick up a topic, this restorative practice conversation, I'm getting all these, I'm not even going to read all the messages I'm getting and I've been getting throughout, and the article that came out, folks have a lot to say. I think we need to have a conversation about what does restorative practices mean to Durham, not to the International Institute of Restorative Practices, to Durham. And I think that they've given us what they've given us. Thank you. We're moving. And I think we need to move to something that is going to address historical context, racial data, ACEs, trauma, you know, representation, the lack of representation that we have in our school district in terms of all the intersectional identities that we have, and how are we grappling with discipline, exclusionary policies, you know, and some of those disparities that are coming about. So this is to commend you on the work that you've done and this presentation that you've given us, and incorporating SEL throughout the entire district. Every school has SEL, and some of the other initiatives that we have that are all great. And now it's kind of like, I think it's time for Durham to build its own restorative practice model. And you're going to need some help. So this is a call to the community. Duke, NCCU, I'm pretty sure UNC, anybody at UNC knows that their restorative practices are happening there, but I know Duke and NCCU at least are leading in those ways. And all other partners, including Restore Justice Durham and all the different groups that want to talk about this. Let's do a convening, and I think I'll talk to my board and talk to Jessica about this model that I kind of outed it early. But she's following this, so I'll pass it to Jessica.
Thank you. This is, I have to just start by saying, this feels like one of the nights, we don't always agree on this board, but this feels like one of the conversations where I'm feeling very grateful to be part of this like amazing group of women here, because I'm loving what I'm hearing from all of my colleagues. I will try not to say much more, but I do have a lot of thoughts about this. I appreciate the presentation. I'm so grateful for all of the data that you've showed us and all of the work that is being done. And as I had emailed, and I'll follow up with that, I want like more and more of a clearer understanding, I think, of what we're doing, to what extent it's working, or we know it's working or it's not working, and where we have room for improvement, right? And I think the public like deserves to see that also. But maybe most importantly, I want to know that that's something that our administration has the capacity and is looking at. Like we want to see all the data broken up into lots of different teeny pieces so we can understand what's happening and how we can address it. But it's most important for y'all to be able to do that, right? So I want to, I want to be able to trust that that's happening, and that because I hear that it takes us a while to get the data back from the state, but like we're feeding the state the data, right? And so it should be something that we are able to, and I heard a little bit of that in your presentation, but I'd love to hear more about like how we are using the data, and especially the disaggregated data and the intersectional data. Like if we want to look at students' disabilities, well, what about our Black students' disabilities and our female Black students' disabilities? Like, how are we using that to then reflect on what's happening in the schools and work to improve where we need to improve and uplift where we are doing really well? I'll stop there for a second, just in case did you want to respond to any of that?
No, I just wanted to say that absolutely, you can trust that we are doing that. A lot of times we take very specific care to make sure when you start looking at grade levels and you start looking at multiple areas of intersection, you can get identifiable to students and grade levels and things of that nature. So it takes us some time to make those things public. In terms of, I think your question was about feeding the state the information. It is automatically uploaded and verified by our schools, absolutely. But this is the way that it is presented back to us.
Thank you. And I noted this in my email to you all, but I just wanted to uplift the fact that a number of pieces of this, as you had noted at the beginning of your presentation, are in our strategic plan. So like specifically, one of our strategies for priority 2 is to analyze disaggregated school level and offense-specific disciplinary consequences to strengthen equitable application of the district. So I think that's really important, right? Like what types of offenses are we looking at? And that's going to help inform, as we are able to see that data, that I think will inform the board's work and the task force, if we choose to convene one's work on revising our policy, which might I say I'm more excited about that than maybe anything that we've done recently. Let's see, what else is really important to say? The other piece that's in our strategic plan as one of the strategies is for restorative practices and exclusionary discipline to provide all school administrators and educators annual professional learning. and supports for school-based staff around and reducing the use of exclusionary discipline practices. So I guess part of the data that I would love to see also that will inform how we are moving forward is who's getting to what extent are we providing this training? What does that training look like for our staff? And looking at who's providing the training, I really appreciate my colleague, Board Member Valladares' comments about like who we're partnering with to do that and maybe moving towards a local entity for doing that training. But we can't expect to see different outcomes from our educators if we're not providing them with the resources they need, right? To be able to have the tools to change what's happening. So I just want to see if we're not providing the training, why not? Do we need to build that into our policy? Or is it a resource issue? And if so, like, how do we need to look at where we're allocating our resources? Related training too, you'd mentioned the trauma-informed training and the de-escalation training, and just wanted to make sure that there's partnership with the EC department to ensure that that's comprehensive. Like the de-escalation is a responsive training. So what else would the EC department recommend to just make sure that all staff in schools are being provided with all the training they need to support the unique needs of our children with disabilities, so that they have what they need to then not be faced with behavioral consequences. Let's see. I think that's the bulk of what I will share, and I will follow up again with email. But I look forward to our next presentation with more data and then working together with a task force to work on these policies, so we can provide our students with the support they need to learn and thrive and not end up in, out of school when they don't need to be. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for this presentation. It is clear that you carry a passion for this work. And I'm appreciative of that, as I know our board is. I wonder how much of that passion is trickling down to the people in the schools that are actually administering this work. And how we can revitalize and get them excited about it again. You talked about the three-pronged approach. Has this training for the three-pronged approach been given to restorative practice coordinators, educators throughout the district, or is this a pivot right now for your team?
So the three, can we go back to the slide? Is it possible? So I don't speak. But the three-pronged approach is just to give an overview of how we approach the work in our support. So each of those areas are primary areas in which we do support through training and direct coaching or whatever is necessary in a tiered, aligned professional learning and all those bases.
Slide 4.
Slide 4, yeah. So it's really just meant to show that that is what we utilize to engage in this work. That is what steams us forward in the work in order to impact culture and climate. Yes.
I do think, just to extend on Board Member Rogers' question, the extent to which this approach is how we arrange training or modules and messaging and resources then provides that kind of alignment. I think that's what you're asking about, right? Okay. So, and I'm not sure whether or not that is how we arrange our training and our resources and support.
It is.
Okay, so there, the answer is yes.
That's helpful. Thank you. You also mentioned that only secondary schools have RPC coordinator positions allotted to them.
Yes.
So on slide 6, elementary schools show that there are students going to RPC? Where are they going if there are no coordinators?
Yeah, let me just take that a little bit.
I know.
So,
I just want to make sure.
yeah, good catch. So, RPCs are a funded position in secondary school, that's middle and high. They are not a funded position by the district in elementary. Elementaries are expected to engage in restorative practices with their students, but they were not provided a position to do so. Some schools have carved this position out of their existing allotments, and in many cases, I believe, through ESSER funding for the last few years. And so that is, you see that on the list as positions that are not continuing. So I think that is worth revisiting. I think that is worth a discussion on an ask, especially if you move on policy that makes adjustments or changes to what you might expect in elementary school. But I think if you're going to do all of those things, they kind of go hand in hand. That would be one of the resources that you would apply towards a different orientation around policy.
Thank you. And then on slide 7, we're talking about the different data points, and we've talked a little bit about this specifically with students with disability, but are we measuring intersectionality at all? And capturing that data? I guess specifically what I would like to know right now, of the Black male students suspended in 22-23 is 13.96%. Do some of those Black male students identify as students with disabilities and also show up in that list?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you. My other question is the SEL coach at each school that have the quarterly meetings.
Yes.
Is this in addition to other duties, or is this their assigned duty?
No, it is in addition to other duties. It absolutely is.
Not a dedicated position.
not a
But
position.
an expectation where the principal works with the staff to identify who that would be.
And those SEL coaches are expected to be resources to students. So is there any is that right?
Oh, the SEL coach and
Are they coaching teachers
they
on how
are
to do
mainly
the SEL
coaching
work?
around implementing the SEL curriculum in
Curriculum.
their schools. Absolutely.
Okay, that's helpful. And then you mentioned y'all do progress monitoring quarterly. That is great. In a future presentation, could we get some information about how that monitoring informs pivots at schools? So if we see a trend, or if you see a trend in some data, I don't know, say in the central region, elementary schools are trending to suspend more students. How are you using that data to inform whatever work is being done? Is there a difference in professional development, or is the information being included in educators' evaluations? Because that information is also captured in educators' handbook. So of who's doing the write-ups, what types of write-ups, and who's doing the data. Also, I think that it's been acknowledged, and I want to continue to make sure that we have acknowledged that the slides that were presented I appreciate the slides that have been presented. It's never enough information for Durham. It's never enough data. And so people want more. We want more, and we would like to use it to inform our next steps. And so the sooner we have it, the better. Also, the sooner we have information about how we're going to use this information to pivot for next year would be helpful, so that educators have that training before the 7 elementary year-round schools open, so that educators have the information before the secondary year-round schools open about how we want to see implementation of professional development for restorative practices happening in the district. And then my last question is there a flow chart of
Say more, please.
a
I'm
flow
sorry.
chart in regards to what disciplinary action should be taken. If a student at Southwest and a student at Holt show up the same day and have the same interactions, I'll use my example, throw a chair across the room. Do they get the same suspension? Do they walk through the same steps of restorative practices? Is there a flow chart for educators to use to know how to provide services to those students?
There is not a flow chart because, as we said, one thing we need to address is policy, because there are matrices for elementary school and secondary schools that give administrators the level or range of consequences by which they can provide consequences for violations of the code of conduct. And so until we begin to address that, then administrators do have the autonomy to work within those ranges. So those addressing the policy is a first step before we can even begin to build a flow chart specific to discipline. And that would be my answer for that. But we do have the matrices within the policy that administrators utilize. And there is some variance.
Let me throw one additional log on that fire.
Yeah.
General statute does give broad authority to a principal for suspension for up to 10 days. That's up to the principal. If you, as a district, feel like you want to provide greater guidance and expectations around that, that's what you do through policy. So the matrices, if they are not in policy, are suggestions, right?
Right.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's it.
That's helpful. I think we've been at this for many years and could have used such a recommendation previously, but we look forward to working on fixing that. That's all my questions.
Yes.
Ms. Umstead had something else, and Ms. Byer.
Sorry, Dr. Mattisperry, I just want to thank you again for the presentation and for some of that work around making shifts and changes around training. Is that happening also already? I know that by the time you get to the board level, you might have gone through some other iterations, but are y'all doing some of the work to change trainings based on the trends that you've seen already?
Absolutely.
Just want to make sure we can say that.
I wanted to narrow the focus of the presentation for this evening, knowing full well that we would be bringing more data back for review. So,
and that happens in the fall. We'll get a deeper dive into the. All right. I do hear some consensus from board members around a task force, so we might do some follow-up work with you all and the team to see what capacity we might like to get some of that started, because I think that feels like an important first. Well, I don't know if it's the first step, because there's steps gonna happen while we're working on that, but it is an important step. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Byer.
Sorry.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. And I want to thank Dr. Mattisperry and her team for all the work they put into this and highlighting all the work that is yet to do. I want to echo most of the concerns and issues that my colleagues have raised. There's need for a lot more specific data, but I also want to be clear, this is a grim report. This is a grim report, and the news stories that are saying that we're considering restorative practices in Durham, no, we implemented this in 2018, July of 2018. We funded this in July of 2018. We changed policy. We did this work, and we've got work to do. We are unified in trying to figure out best practices and actually do restorative work in Durham Public Schools. So folks have asked for data. I'd like also data on Lakeview, specifically, how is Lakeview going? How is it staffed? What does it need? Why are 93 students refusing to go to options that we offer for their students? You know, what is it? Does Second Chance Academy still exist? You out of school suspension is a Southern phenomenon. It is not best practice across the country. It is a leftover from the worst part of our history. So if we're not able to shake this and break this in Durham, where will it be broken? We haven't heard as a board long-term suspension appeals, and parents have due process rights, families, students have due process rights. So I want to know data on those and where those are and when they're coming to us. And I need our public to know that this board considers every case on discipline, on transfers, on an individual basis in accordance with state statute, and we listen and we care. And so I look forward to this being the start of the conversation. I'd like to hear more folks from EC at the table in these solutions and bringing representation on behalf of some of our most vulnerable students. But I'm frustrated, and I look forward to doing whatever I can as a board member to move this work forward thoughtfully in this district. I think we let the pandemic stall us, and these students can't wait. So thank you for letting me rant a little, but we've got work to do.
Dr. Maddox Perry, don't go anywhere.
There a question?
There are more. My colleagues, Ms. Chavez, Ms. Lewis.
It was very brief, but I wanted to see with regard to the task force, can we make a motion? Can we get that? What do we need to do? Okay, what do we need to do to get it, to, what?
I will work with staff to talk about what the next steps are.
Yep.
We're also
I think
doing
the
the,
chair can convene
Yeah.
something like that without having a vote.
Yeah,
Yep.
I
Okay,
don't need a
great.
motion.
Thank you.
I just want to say, we're also doing the Black and Hispanic Family Advisory Council that can take up some of that issue also.
Yeah, I think we might want to separate, in that both of them have overlapping and concerns, but I think some of the tasks of the work might, I don't know, we could talk about it. It could go, I could see how there are places for overlap, but also could see why the policy group needs to really think about the language in the policy, and there could be a lot of proactive classroom management type of work happening with the other group. But we could talk more detail about where the intersections are and where they might also.
And I just have two quick points. One quick question, and it may be for the exceptional needs department. If a student with an IEP is suspended and is given an option to go to alternative, is it New Direction, New Horizon?
Yes.
New Direction. Are their staff readily available to support them in their IEP needs for that transition? I've gotten several calls when that's happened, and parents end up just keeping their kids home because they don't know that that's an option available, and who should they reach out to get those questions answered?
They can certainly reach out to our office if they have questions about New Directions. There is a coordinator there, and there is also I want to say there's a full-time, there used to be part-time, but now there's a full-time EC teacher on staff to support students. But the students are not truly receiving instruction while they're there. They receive support from the work that they get from their teachers while they're there for a short time.
Okay. And that's helpful. And then the last thing, I know Chair Upset asked about consensus around the task force. And I've spoken to different board members and staff about policy, looking up the model. Could we get a thumbs up if you're willing to support our staff looking up a policy for eliminating suspensions for short-term suspension for pre-K to 3? Head nods.
Can I ask some clarification? Are you looking for that before the task force gets started? Or would you like that to be something that the task force, as they're looking at all of the policy, that they?
I like it before this task force started. If we could go into the new school year without having it done, without suspending starting the new school year. Dr. King, wait a minute.
Yeah, I would strongly advocate that we take a pause and look at some research around that. There have been lots of districts that have done that. My reading around it is that has not led to the outcomes that I think we're looking for in many instances. So I think I'm very comfortable with the idea of placing some very strong structures around suspensions of students in grades K through 3, but an outright ban of that might not lead to the kinds of outcomes that we seek. And I don't want to suggest that we would not get to that place at some point, but I do think it is something that we would want to be quite thoughtful about. For instance, I was just looking at a research study that I read, and one of the things that it noted was that many of the school systems that simply went directly to a ban led to worse outcomes because staff did not know what to do without suspensions. And so I would strongly recommend that we take a beat and do some reading and some planning before we go to that place as a district.
I would like to see how we build the on-ramp though, right? So to your point, Dr. King, what does it look like next year to start? All right, our goal is this, to build the supportive structures in place to be able to hold that.
And then I would say not necessarily waiting for the task force because that may take a little more time, but the onboarding ramp of what that looks like. And to your point, yes, you want to bring something in before you take something else out. So yeah, I agree with that. So thank you for that input. And then the last thing I said too, but I have one more to come up. Are we gonna have an EC presentation in the next few weeks?
I think that's next month.
Next month, okay. So I did want to see about getting a commitment around this EC dashboard, equity dashboard. So I'll wait until that happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Ms. Vader, and Ms. Carter.
Yeah, I guess
Okay.
Task force. I think this task force needs to include practitioners. I really do think that we need to have representation from the different advocacy groups. For example, some of the advocates who showed up and talked about advocacy around disabilities. There's so many different groups, but when it comes to practitioners, it's important that we also include them because they are actually folks who are looking at those best practices. They're looking at the research. They're doing restorative practices in different spaces. One example, Dr. Jane, I don't want to say her last name wrong, but Ifekwunigwe, I should know her last name, but so she's the associate director for racial healing and relationship building at the Duke Center for Truth and Racial Healing and Transformation, which is the Duke TRHT Center. She's a researcher, studies genomics, race, identity, difference, and is also affiliated with the Social Science Research Institute. This sounds more up where we need to be. In like a practitioner who actually has done racial healing RX with students, and she actually was able to serve the Boost Science program with racial healing, healing circles. And I think that there's a need to include practitioners from across Durham, all the folks who care about restorative circles, restorative practice, peacemaking circles. I think we need to think about this task force as folks who are looking at the research, best practices, folks who are looking at how we can actually build this beyond just using the template that is provided by a national organization or their trainings. We need to have our own conversations, case studies. What are some of the best practices we have developed here in Durham? And that is work that is going to build upon the work that is happening with student support services. What are some of the ways that student support services through the specific scenarios and cases and dynamics and factors and environment here in Durham are using best practices and modifying those, for our kids. I think that is a legacy that Durham Public Schools owes to students coming in, including those who are going to be joining us, in the next couple of years, that we're going to build this. So that task force, my recommendation is that it includes practitioners as well as some of the leading equity advocates around intersectionality and everything else. And we can have, the other question I had is that the slide mentioned a community circle. And I just wanted to know, what does it look like now? And what do you envision this to look like in the near future for the community circle aspect, which is in one of the, in the slide that was shown to us?
So in the past, the community circles were basically held when there had been some harm, or even proactively when we were invited to do that we've done that at Eastway and other schools. I think Ms. Byer may have participated in one when traumatic events happen, anything to try to get staff, families, and students to talk about events in the community. So it would continue to be that kind of model.
Thank you so much for that. And the last thing I'll say, it's not a question, it's more about reckoning with the use of resources. I don't know the exact number of our contract with International Institute for Restorative Practices, but if we're spending a couple of tens of thousands of dollars, like maybe, I can't remember what the number is for that contract, but some of those funds being able to feed the local efforts, you know, we may not have it scaled where we want it, but I think our social workers in our school system, they understand relationship, right? And some of them have had conversations with youth. I think that they could also be brought in. I think some of the training, some of the ways that we have implemented holistic approach to students, that is a part of a circle, right? To be a part in community and to look at it holistically. And I think that those resources that we are using for that contract, and that we have been using for the last 5 years, that's great. We've spent that money, but you know, I'm just wondering ways that can also sustain the work that is happening with some of our local partners, some of our partners who are looking at ACEs and trauma. And so those are just some considerations. And again, my suggestion when it comes to resource allocation.
I am wondering, I'm feeling a sense of like, I want to convene a task force because I want to get lots of different opinions, but I'm also feeling a sense of urgency that this is a problem that we need to address soon. And so I just want to suggest that maybe we set like a proposed timeline. I just know that when we start convening task forces, like things can take a long time and our students can't wait a long time. So maybe we could try to set some sort of a timeline by which we hope that this will happen, or we plan on this will happen. Like I had realized that we do have school level data online, like it's published online. It's not disaggregated, but we have 2 elementary schools that suspended 10% of their students last year. One that suspended over 100 students, or 100 counts of suspension. This is also interesting to think about the students versus the counts and how many of those were suspended multiple times. But so I don't know what the appetite is of the board to like set some sort of a timeline for this work, and not to rush things, but to make sure that things move along and that this is a high priority for us to be working to address the issues.
I think I see this a little bit as a both and, like the task force is looking at the policy pieces of it. But I think what I'm also in the administration, please correct me if I'm hearing the urgency also around you all to be putting practices in place. So I think what I hear is urgency around putting practices in place and having policy that follows it up. But I also hear the caution of putting policy in place without having the strategies is also not where we want to be. So I think I see this a little bit as both and. We're putting urgency. We need to work on our suspension rates. We're going to push you all to continue to work on that, but giving the task force the time to do the research when it comes to policy to do that. So I'm wondering, is that feeling okay for you, or would you like to see something different?
Yes, and I think it is like, as school board members, we're tasked with setting policy for the district. So that's the task force advises the policy, but we set the policy. So just to like kind of frame that as this is our responsibility to be managing that for our district. But yes, I do think that like things can move forward and the policy can outline some of that work and guidelines for the work. So it can start moving, but then the policy will outline like training, expectations for schools, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the board is responsible for the policies, absolutely. But I also have seen when the board involves community, we get richer policy. So on the racial equity task force policy, we took a year, but we did a lot of research and split up into groups. This student code of conduct policy was also convened with a task force of practitioners, of community members, of and school leaders, level leaders, all different types of folks who brought real life experience to the policy work. So I think yes, we are tasked with that and it is our responsibility, but I would like to see that be informed by the people who are doing the work every single day. And so I think that does take some time to put that group together.
Ms. Chavez.
So here, I'm thinking about it as we have policy and we have practice and I do think that like the getting rid of suspension for K through 3 would be a positive thing. And I think about the robust structures that we need in place, actually not only for K through 3, but if we reduce suspensions overall, because then those kids aren't being suspended, they're, out of school suspended, they're in school or they're in an alternative program, but we're catching them in some kind of way. So it's about an additive policy as well as a subtractive policy, if you will. What we're going to kind of restrict and not have anymore, but what we're going to add. And that's what a lot of what we're talking about, what you're talking about, Ms. Valladares, with the restorative practice engagement with local people and making the opportunities to really oh, here it's getting late. Now I can't. Yes, but to make it more robust. So I think that I love a timeline, so I'm all in favor of that. I do wonder if we could say we would like to have the task force set by June or something like that, like the membership set by June. We could discuss the categories of people that we want: community advocates, practitioners, people who represent different identities, as we've done with other things, and then go ahead and start, getting that together. July, we take off, more or less, but I would like to see some movement, in this that we can implement next year. And I know you all will continue working on the practice realm, but this is our work in the policy realm. So, and they go hand in hand. Anyway, so I would love to have a goal of having the task force constructed more or less by June, and then maybe convening beginning in August or something like that. And also, there are a lot of policies that we could address. I think we could start with the one that Ms. Lewis is talking about, but there are a number of policies, and I think of like other issues that are coming up for us here. Bullying is one. Like other things, substance use, like all these different things that are part of this larger conversation that we need to address. So that would be my suggestion on the beginnings of a timeline.
I'm happy to work with staff to bring back a proposal, and then that can include a timeline of next steps of when we could put things together.
Thank you. I think we have exhausted this conversation. I do have one question. Do RPC's referrals and/or out-of-school suspension referrals count as absences for students?
Can you repeat it one more time? Do RPC assignments?
Assignments and out-of-school suspensions count as absences for students?
Okay, that's a complicated question.
You can email me the answer.
Okay, I will do that.
And then
yes.
when also can be emailed, when families are contacted to pick up their student early, is that a suspension, and is it coded as such in educator's handbook?
So there's a discipline data manual that addresses all those questions. And as a matter of fact, that's interesting that you asked about the picking up early. There actually is a new designation for when that happens, and students are sent home without what they consider a suspension early. So all that I can share with you, direct quotes from the discipline data manual.
I look forward to it. Thank you so much. Ms. Valladares, we have an agenda item to add
Yeah.
also.
Yeah, it's less than 1 minute. When it comes to building this model here in Durham, there's been a conversation around adverse childhood experiences and those numbers, and if there's any correlation between our discipline uh, m- populations that are most impacted by discipline disparities having high ACE scores. We have not done that analysis in the school district. I know that Duke Health, the healthcare system does that, right? And so there's some health screeners where they might do that. Some primary care physicians might include that. But when it comes to the educational space, the correlation between students with high ACE scores and discipline, I think we need to study that. I think we need that analysis. The second thing is neurodivergence. As a neurodivergent person and in community with many other neurodivergent people, there's a recommendation that the task force also include differently, people who are neurodivergent, intersectional in so many different ways. And so that was just the request as well for neurodivergence to be also included in any task force or folks who are identify and can speak on that.
Thank you. Board members, we need to modify the agenda.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to add an additional item. The superintendent has an update on the budget request that we asked for in our last meetings. So maybe superintendent update on the budget. I would like to amend the agenda to add that.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead, seconded by Ms. Chavez to add a superintendent budget update to the agenda. Any discussion? We'll have to do a voice vote. Ms. Byer,
This is Natalie Byer. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It passes unanimously. Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Chair Umstead, for making that motion, and my apologies for not having it formally on the agenda. We were working on it as late as yesterday and this morning just to get some questions answered, make sure that we had our numbers straight. But as a follow-up to the, and I'm going to apologize to the public as well that's going to hear this for the first time, because we are asking for action on this evening in order to prepare the final request that needs to go to the county commissioners by the beginning of next week at the latest. They've seen most of it already, but the actual final document goes after this tonight. So last board meeting, the board approved an increase of $1.5 million to the proposed budget that would be sent for local funds to the county commissioners. That was the second action that the board took. The action just prior to that the board took was to approve a $200 supplement per month for EC and ESL teachers. Staff had brought numbers that the cost of a $200 supplement for EC and ESL teachers would be about $950,000, but we had not included vacancies in that number. So when the board approved the 1.5, it was with the understanding that staff would go back and determine the impact of vacancies on the amount of the $200 per month for EC and ESL teachers. And then if there were remaining funds between that amount and the 1.5 million that the board had approved, that staff would develop a proposal for the remaining funds to be used, in particular with an equity lens for the most vulnerable students in the district. And so what I am here tonight is to say that first, when we reran the numbers to with vacancies for EC and ESL, that the total amount needed to fund a $200 per month supplement for those classroom teachers is around $1.1 million, which left $400,000 from the 1.5 that the board approved to increase the budget by, to look at options for how to provide that funding in a manner that supported our most vulnerable students in the district. And there were a number of options that were looked at. Staff looked at using those funds in a number of different ways: high need schools, areas of vacancies. We looked at experience of teachers, and so we are bringing a proposal this evening for that additional 400,000, and it is as follows. And you have to follow here. So in addition to the $200 per month for EC and ESL classroom teachers, staff is proposing that we increase the 200 to 350, which is an additional 150 per month for EC specialized program teachers. These are the teachers that are in our self-contained programs across the district. That's about 127 teachers in pre-K 12 in the self-contained classrooms. And that additional cost is about $200,000. So you are an EC teacher of resource, it would be $200 a month. If you were an EC teacher in a self-contained program, it would be $350 a month. We are also asking and proposing that the following categories of classified staff, because that was another area that the board asked us to look at, be added to the $200 per month supplement. This is 44 staff positions and an additional cost of about $90,000 in the following areas: our sign language staff, deaf, hard of hearing staff, visually impaired staff, the spoken language facilitators. When we look at the EC specialized programs, those areas do have high vacancy rates, and those are high needs of students in those areas that are being served. And then for the other areas, which are classified staff, that is direct service to vulnerable students that carry a caseload. They actually manage a caseload. So that is what staff is proposing to do. That total comes up to about $1.4 million. So I think, don't know if the board wants to revise its ask to 1.4 or wants to leave that space based on hiring additional staff in any of those areas as we move forward. But I think just need to be clear which way on which way you want to do it. Do you want to revise do you accept the proposal? Do you want to revise the amount? And then I did want to say a couple of other things. There are some other categories. I think it was maybe psychologists, speech language pathologists, social workers that have a legislative added bonus that happened a couple of years ago in the budget. That I think it is $200 or $250 a month. And the board had also asked specifically about EC facilitators as part of the discussion at the last meeting. The board may recall that EC facilitators have been provided a $7,000 bonus that's paid in two parts twice a year as a part of their compensation. So this evening, in asking for approval of how the proposal is for the 1.5 million, which is actually 1.4, I think I'd like to go ahead and ask that the board also approve continuing the $7,000 EC facilitator bonus. Happy to answer questions.
Board members, Ms. Chavez.
I was gonna make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to accept this proposal for the increase to EC self-contained program teachers and the 4 categories listed here of staff.
Second.
And sure, sign language, deaf, hard of hearing, visually impaired, and spoken language, and modify the request to 26 $27.4 million, as well as continue the EC facilitators $7,000 local supplement,
Bonus.
local bonus.
Oh.
Second. Yeah.
It's been moved by Ms. Chavez and seconded by Ms. Valladares to approve the request of 27.4 million budget request to the Board of County Commission to cover $350 supplement for EC self-contained classroom teachers, the 44 positions for sign language, deaf, hard of hearing, visually impaired, spoken language, and the $7,000 supplement for, I'm sorry, bonus for EC educator.
Facilitators? I believe.
Facilitators, I'm sorry,
Okay,
facilitators.
yeah, so I
Yes,
get that right.
facilitators.
Okay.
Any discussion?
No.
Yes, Ms.
I just-
Upstead.
I would just like to ask a question about the bonus and supplement, because those are different. What is the money for the EC facilitators? What pot is that being paid out of? Is that like, yeah?
That is it is out of local funding.
Okay.
I think it may have come from multiple pots, but it's all local funds.
So local funds, okay. And I would love to know how much of local funds were you going to spend on that? I'm not opposed. I'm just curious how much of our local funds were going there.
How many EC facilitators do we have? Is it 9? Maybe 1 vacancy right now? More than that? I can't remember.
And then
14.
my other question would be, sorry, this also might be for you, Dr. Lissay, but when we say bonus instead of supplement, what is the difference? Can you?
Well,
share a
when the
little bit?
board discussed the bonus for EC facilitators, they discussed, first of all, twice a year, the cadence for when it would be provided. I think there was some language around the employee being in good standing. I think those were some distinctions for a bonus. And what we're talking about with the supplement would be an add to their local supplement, and it would be paid on a monthly basis. And Dr. Lassane may have a word.
There are about 27 EC facilitators.
Okay.
That are included in that pool. That's the number of EC facilitators, just for your
Okay.
projection.
And how many positions? Is that the current?
That's the number of,
Yep. Yep.
that's about the number of positions.
Full number, vacancies and current people in the roles.
Yep.
I would have to verify vacancies, but you're right. You're right there at that number.
Ms. Carter Otten.
Thanks for this. I'm excited about this. And I've started to, prompted by colleagues, do some research on like what evidence there is for supplementing pay of hard to staff positions. And it looks like not surprisingly, the higher the supplement, the more effective it is for recruitment retention. So I'm excited about raising that supplement to $350 per month. And also another thing that emerged in the research was that it's important to clearly communicate and be like, which makes sense. If we don't let people know that the supplement exists, then it doesn't work for recruitment and retention. So
Right.
just thinking about that as we move forward to make sure that potential staff and current staff know that these exist. So that's all.
Would like to make just sort of one additional comment. I, you know, that fiscally responsible part of me has to say this. It is important to note that this goes in as a part of a proposed budget request, right? And in the event that the commissioners don't fully fund the request, in the event that the legislature increases their raises for classified staff or teachers during the short session, which I keep hearing they might, it is an election year, then all of those has an impact. So the final reconciliation of the budget and all of the list of things that we want to do happens after we get the landscape of where everything is. And I just feel like it's important to say because given some of the messaging and history of the last few months, it's important that folks know that that this budget reconciliation doesn't happen until like September, October. And that's when we'll know what we can actually do.
Absent no other discussion, we can turn to our roll call vote. Ms. Byer,
This is Natalie Byer. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis,
Aye.
Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead,
Aye.
and I vote aye. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
I would move that we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead and seconded by Ms. Valladares to go into closed session. Ms. Byer, any
This is-
discussion?
This is Natalie Byer. I vote aye.
Ms. Carter Otten,
Aye.
Ms. Valladares,
Aye.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Chavez,
Aye.
Ms. Umstead.
Aye.
We're now in closed session. I vote aye, and we're now in closed session. Superintendent Moore? We're back in open session.
Hello again. Like to ask the board approve the personnel action report shared and closed.
I move approval of the personnel action report dated May 9th, 2024.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Umstead to approve the personnel report for May 9th, 2024, and seconded by Ms. Chavez. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? It's 6-0. Thank you. With that, we're adjourned.